long bus from the Town Fair Tire Studio, the home of the Bruins, Patriots, Revs, and Celtics.
On Maxi, step back three is good.
Boston's home for sports is 98.5, the Sports Hub, the Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Celtics had last night off, but they will continue a very busy stretch with a home game against Milwaukee tonight. Drew Holiday will return for the Green, but Jason Tatum, Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford are all questionable. Brandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Chris Middleton will make his season debut for the Bucks tonight. In football news, multiple outlets are now reporting that former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick has spoken multiple times to the University of North Carolina about their head coaching job. The school just fired Mac Brown last week. On Thursday Night Football, Detroit won their 11th in a row, 34-31 over Green Bay at Ford Field. Jared Goff, 3 more touchdown passes as the Lions improved to 12-1. Patriots, meanwhile, are off for the bye week. They don't play again until a week from Sunday in Arizona. And the day after losing to the Bruins, the Chicago Blackhawks fired head coach Luke Richardson yesterday. The Bruins will play their next game at home tomorrow against Philadelphia. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, now open in Raynham, Reading, and Braintree. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
You want to talk sports? We want to talk sports.
Squeeze the chicken and open the mouth.
It's like we were meant for each other.
This is why you need us.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Fred, hello. 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 Mm-hmm. Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Open him up with a football.
98.5. The Hub.
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Hey, it's Leisha.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Do you like potatoes?
What's that? Yeah.
All right, it is the Toucher and Hardy program without Fred Toucher this morning, without Adam 12 this morning. Instead, Hardy, John Wallach, Ryan Beaton running things today. Sickly Nicholas is here, and of course George.
Ah, yes.
Filling in.
George. He's the zip code king or the area code king? What is he?
He's the area code king.
The area code king.
We'll get into that later.
Yeah.
And filling in for the full show this morning, Paul Perillo. Paul Perillo.
Hey!
What's my name, John?
I know. I called him Phil this morning.
Thanks, Joe.
Just in case anyone has any doubts, it doesn't matter how long you do this shift. You're still walking in here like a zombie. You still can't think straight. So I called Paul Perillo Phil this morning when he sat down at the table for our pre-show meeting.
You're lucky Phil Perry's one of my favorites.
I know.
I would have really taken a lot of
But
offense
it was
to that.
so weird the way you did it because he walked in and, like, we saw him come in and, let's face it, John is awkward. Okay, he's just, he's just.
And he's always been that way. Huh?
He's always been awkward.
Always been that way.
You've known him for how long? How long have you known Wallach?
25 years?
Easily.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so I've known Wallach for 15. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's just an awkward sort. And he said hello to you in an awkward way, so I thought it was some kind of an inside joke.
Yeah.
We saw you walk through the airlock there, and then you're coming around, and John, almost like people do on radio and TV shows, there's like, oh, good morning, Paul. Like we haven't been talking for a few minutes. We all saw you walk in. So John says, good morning, Phil. Mm-hmm. I'm like, that must be some kind of a joke.
No.
Because it was like, it almost sounded purposely forced.
Yeah.
But that wasn't. You just called him Phil.
Yeah.
Insulted him a little bit.
I have no idea why I called him Phil, other than it's early in the morning. That's it. That's all I got for you.
It is true. But
All
we're
right.
here.
You've done this morning
Big
show.
shoes to fill. Fred put a lot of pressure on yesterday. when
How
he left.
so?
When he found out that I was in for him, it's a lot of pressure.
No. What did he
Filling
say?
in for Fred?
No.
That's tough.
Here's what Fred said yesterday. No one can fill in for him.
Correct.
He doesn't care who he does the show with. He's really gone down like
That was more insulting to Hardy than it was pressure on you.
the 100.
I could do the
At
show.
some
And
point,
you called me awkward.
At some
All
point,
right.
I believe he said he chose me. Like, just there are all these weird, not even like vaguely insulting things, but as he has quote unquote gotten well, he has kind of oscillated, and now I think kind of landed on this side, which is his true self. Not masked by anything else anymore, and his true self is this egomaniacal monster. And it has been created and nurtured since his childhood home, I'm sure. But
Only child.
now it's really become evident to where I don't know if anything can be done.
And yet you persevere. That is truly a testament
The two
to your,
of you just
to your
find
grit.
a way to carry on.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, from just being a human person with human person interactions with other human persons and talking about things that relate empathy and acknowledging, and there's not a lot of that. No one can replace him. He doesn't care who he works with. He can sit there and do 4 hours of radio by himself, just talk. I mean, these are all things that I don't believe Fred thinks. These are things he said yesterday morning. These are things that came out of his mouth.
I heard some of them.
So, well, I guess it's better to just know where you stand.
Yeah.
Now we all know.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of working with you. I always know where I stand.
Thank you. For the two best friends that anyone could have. What we should have done today, Paul, do you have to go to Gillette after this?
Of course not. It's
He's
bye
done.
week. Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, nice.
So
Okay.
how does a Patriots reporter spend his week off in the middle of the season?
And on the 14th week, we sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm looking forward to watching some of the games this weekend because that's the one thing when, the best part about, sort of having a bad season is all your games are Sunday at 1, which is obviously the way God intended.
Yeah.
Sunday at 1. But you miss a lot of the week because you're always playing when the majority of the games are going on. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of the NFL this week.
Yeah, you don't get to watch any of those games in real time. And I mean,
No, and one of the games that I would have really been interested in, watching intently was last night. But then I started panicking a little bit. So, I watched most of the first half, got midway late in the third quarter. Now you guys have caught me up on the Dan Campbell of the night.
We'll get into it.
So that was one of the games that I would have been looking forward to watching if had it been on Sunday intently. But unfortunately,
we're gonna spend a lot of time. on last
Hardy
night's
walked in
game.
the room with an eye roll this morning.
I just because I
Did he
couldn't
have
make
the
it.
Pepto-Bismol in his
Yeah, I
hand?
couldn't make it to the end of that game
He
either.
didn't have to watch that in real time. If he had watched that in real time, I don't think he would have been here this morning.
No, but-
Maalox right out of the bottle.
My God.
I caught up first thing when I got up very early this morning, and then watched it essentially in real time just so I could have a sense of it. Knowing how it turned out made it okay, but had I been watching it in real time, I would have lost my mind.
Yeah.
I don't know any other way.
How does it feel being a Lions fan? Again, we'll explore this extensively later in the hour, but just bullet pointed for me. How does it feel being the best team in the NFL and heading to the playoffs with that guy as your head coach?
I mean, we're used to it, I guess, after last year. And I asked Paul today if he could somehow play the role of the everything's going to be okay guy. Mm-hmm. And he said no. He said the best he could do is
Not sure I can do that.
is sprinkle that in every once in a while. Because no, it's one of my favorite sayings. Everything's not going to be okay. Everything's not going to be okay when it comes to the Lions, and I have to keep reminding myself of that as I tried to remind people in my orbit at halftime of the NFC Championship last year when I was getting congratulatory calls and texts from my friends. Said, no, you don't understand. Everything is not going to be okay. This lead that we have at halftime, that means nothing. You don't understand. You don't know this team. What are you talking about? Congratulations. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Patriots fans were like that, Phil, for how long? Before Belichick
always,
showed up?
Always waiting. Joe,
again.
always
I called
waiting.
him Phil again.
Always
Oh my
waiting
God.
for the
Paul.
other shoe to drop, Joe.
Jeez. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. Paul. We were like that for years.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with me?
And it's funny because sometimes, in all seriousness, when, people our age,
yes.
they still kind of think back that way. And I was like, the last 25 years haven't knocked that out of you at all? Like, you still think the other shoe's going to drop? Like, despite the fact that they've won 6 titles and all these games. But, yeah, some people still think, oh, well, they're not going to get a stop here. Like, now the current team, a little bit different. You have reason to not have any confidence now. But, it's amazing to me that in the middle of that run, people still felt like, this is too good to be true. This isn't going to last.
Right. I don't know. We'll talk about it all later. I honestly, the best way I can paint it is that this craziness and these decisions are so commonplace now that I'm almost used to it after a couple few years of watching it now, and B, it has to, and I think it did last night, put teams on edge when they actually see it happening to them. Like that Green Bay defense last night. Are you effing kidding me? We just got to stop on 3rd and inches. We got to do it again. Why are they not? What's going on? That whole, the crazy person. The crazy person always has an advantage, I think, in situations like this because their behavior is unpredictable, and even when you start to he's going to do the unexpected here, it's still you haven't necessarily prepared for that.
Yeah, and you understand what he's thinking in a situation like that. I thought that maybe, what did you say it was about under 40 seconds? Like that 38 that to me is tough.
I know.
That's what if it was like a minute and 38, then I'm like, okay, so you kind of know that Green Bay's at least going to get the field goal.
Yeah.
So why not roll the dice and see if you can melt the rest of the clock? But 38 seconds, you kick the field goal, you kick off, you gave it back to him with, say, 34 seconds. The field goal runs off, and if you get a touchback, I mean, you should be able to play defense for 34 seconds. And
well, that's just it. I think at least how I initially, once it all processed, thought about. I said, this is an indictment on the defense, which I talked about a couple days ago. Somebody asked me just flat out. Maybe it was Dave Richard.
They've lost a lot of
personnel. I said, how do you feel about the lines? I'm like, defensively, I know they're banged up, and I know they're missing. It's not just Hutchinson; they're missing other guys on the defense right now. But they've got issues. They've got more defensive PI than I think all but one team in the league right now. They're getting it done by swarming the football and just playing with their hair on fire, which results A, in a lot of penalties, and B, allowing a lot of big plays to happen. They still give up huge offensive. They give up huge plays to other teams' offenses.
12-1 though. They're 12-1.
I know. But it doesn't
you're talking like they're 500 and barely hanging on.
It doesn't make them easy to watch, and it also makes me kind of understand why Campbell did that last night. Look, I want to talk about what we should have done today, but now I realize we wouldn't have done it because Paul doesn't have to go to Gillette. What we should have done is a show trip down to Topgolf after the show today.
Ooh.
That's what we should have done.
If you had brought that, if you brought that up, I would have been in for that.
Yeah, but you're going the other way now.
Yeah, but I would have done it for that. Anything to play golf with you and Joe.
Well, I mean,
I heard that one.
Beaton could have gone down there. Jamelli would have gone, I'm sure.
Love that place.
Yeah.
You and I have been there.
Yeah, we went there. What, with Deuce and Deuce's
brother-in-law.
Classic.
Hardy has met me and my son at Topgolf at one point.
I wasn't even Topgolfing that day. They said they were going to be there. I'm like, yeah, I'll swing by.
I'll come over.
He did.
See if I can talk
Set
to
up-
the technical manager of the place and see
I
if
was
there's anything
I was really proud. My
observe.
son hit a bomb right in front of him. So yeah.
So he's actually got a nice swing. I was there by myself yesterday because
just because.
He's just hanging out.
I went there and hit balls for an hour. Played St. Andrews, all 18.
Oh, really?
On the virtual setup there. But as I was walking out, I met a couple of people. Megan was her name, and it turns out we know a couple of the same people. But she emailed me last night and said, "Hardy, it was great to meet you at Topgolf yesterday." Here, I'll tell you exactly what she wrote. Met you Topgolf today with my boyfriend. Just wanted to say it was a pleasure. You're very amicable and naturally steered the conversation to road work being done in your neighborhood, which I hadn't realized I had done. But she like from the area, and we were talking about stuff, and that's what I end up talking about, just naturally.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is not my goal to go there and seek out the engineers or the technical advisors at Topgolf. But should they happen to saunter by my bay and wanted to have a chin wag, I'm not going to say no.
Yeah,
I'd love to talk
just
about.
happens organically.
I would love to talk about the technology of Topgolf. Maybe how the baskets work there on the front of the picker. I've never really seen one up close and personal, but I'd like to dig into it a little bit. Be fun.
You're out of your mind.
What?
What? What do you mean?
I think I could fashion one of those myself because they had one at a golf course earlier this year, and you get a couple of pieces of PVC and you make the essentially handle and rake part of it, but on the end of it there's this spinning like wire thing that it's put together with the spaces just big enough as it passes over a golf ball, so the golf ball kind of pops inside of it but doesn't come out.
This is every day. Don't look at me like this. This is every day of my life.
The fascination with it just
he gets that faraway look.
You know, like a whisk? You ever use a whisk in a kitchen, Paul?
Yeah.
You're familiar with a whisk?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a whisk. It's like a rolling whisk. And I think I could make one. And it is like a big whisk.
Make it for $1.
Probably.
Why would you make it? See, that's the key component here.
This is an issue, John. I have made many things in my home, like little gadgets and stuff, that do not end up being used. The one that is probably the most
and
useful.
You say it with such pride.
Well, no, I'm glad you bring it up. It's going to stop me from actually making it because I would justify it by saying, oh, when I go out and chip balls in the backyard, I can use this to pick them up. No, you don't need that. You don't need that.
No,
don't
just use your club and rake them back like everybody else.
Right. Well, I have two shag bags.
On your grounds, you need
I have two shag bags, so I go out there and I double fist it. But the thing I'm most proud of, we keep the trash and recycling bins in the garage.
Sure.
So you step out of the house onto there's like a little landing before the 3 steps down onto the garage floor. The trash and recycling are over one side of the railing as you come out of the house.
As it is with my house, yes.
Okay. Now, what do you do when you have to take the trash and recycling out? John, you tell me, give me the step-by-step process.
Well, unfortunately, our garage isn't quite big enough, so I have to back a car out and then take the two barrels out.
When you're taking it from the house and just putting it in the bin before the bins go out to the curb,
right?
How do you get the trash and the recycling into those actual bins?
Well, you lift the lid and drop it in.
Do you have to walk down the steps to do it?
No, I do not.
Are you tall enough to reach down and
open
it?
It's not that far. They're bunched right up against the railing there.
Okay.
You're doing it all wrong.
You're doing it all wrong.
Apparently, yes.
And do you make your kids do it?
Yes.
Okay. Were your kids always tall enough to reach down?
No, they're
so what
still
do they
not.
Have
I make them lean over to the second one and say, "You're almost there." It's
okay.
Great.
Dangerous. I didn't like that. Now with my kids.
Dangerous.
So what I fashioned years ago was a pulley system. And what you do is you walk out of my house right now, there are 2 handles, one for the recycling, one for the trash. You pull the handle, it's attached to a string. It's a simple pulley system, right? And it reaches over and it lifts the lid of the trash that's on the far side, because that's just a bag that can be tossed, but the one closest to the railing, that's the recycling. So you just lift that and then over the railing, you just dump the recycling in the bin, let go of the pulley, the lid closes.
How many times does Marcy shake her head in disgust at you every day?
And let me tell you something,
How many
you son of a
times?
bitch. It's the pride of the neighborhood. The other neighbors see that pulley
How
system.
would they know if the garage is closed?
Well,
unless you volunteer that information.
I do, and I asked them to come over and look at the pulley system.
And you know all the other wives. They look at Marcy and they're like, "Oh man,
Sorry.
So lucky.
Why can't I have that?"
Yeah, right,
Oh.
right. You lucky girl.
Yes, you are really a lucky girl. Look at the lengths he'll go to put trash out.
I'm going to take a video of the pulley system.
Oh,
I'm gonna show it to
please.
you.
And by all means, post it on the show's web
will.
account.
I'm very-
Post it on our Instagram. I'm sure Nicholas could get that out in a heartbeat.
I'm very proud of the pulley system. All right, let's get into we have the real-time audio of how that game went down and essentially ended last night in Detroit.
Do you want to start with that or Bill Belichick news?
You know what? Let's make it Phil's choice.
Phil, which way do you want to go?
Phil
You want to
Perillo.
go Belichick
What do you-
or Thursday night?
Let's start with Thursday night.
Let's start with Thursday Night Football. We'll do it next when we get into what happened last night here on Toucher and Hardy this hour. Toucher and Hardy brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Make sure you're watching us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Subscribe to keep up to date with all the best moments from Boston's home for sports.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Temperatures are finally dropping. Is your heating system ready for the winter? Whether you need a new energy-efficient heating system or routine maintenance, Blue Bear Heating...
hear more music in the morning?
Never had to knock on wood, but I never had it yet.
Oh, you said you didn't want to hear more music in the morning. Okay. Here's more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Did you catch a game last night?
It is Toucher and Hardy without Fred this morning. Paul Perillo is here. John Wallach is going to take us through what happened last night. John, what in fact did happen last night?
The big item of the night, obviously, at Ford Field in Detroit. The Lions hosted Green Bay in a big matchup last night. Detroit entered the game with a record of 11-1. They were looking for an 11th straight victory and started well.
Jared takes the snap back, looking, throwing, end zone, caught, touchdown, Detroit Lions. Oh, wow. You can't cover that man. Jameer Gibbs on the receiving end. What a sick route that time.
The more we can play of this guy, the better. I'm thinking if you are a Detroit Lions fan, you want to listen to the radio and listen to this man because regardless of what happens in the game, he will make you feel better about yourself.
So I do listen to that guy a lot.
Oh,
because,
he's fantastic.
You can listen to it, obviously, when you're driving around, and it's, the Pats aren't on, and they're not always playing at the same time. So, yeah, I've probably listened to him, 5-6 times already.
He's awesome.
For good chunks. Yeah, he's good.
I love him.
Yeah.
So Jared Goff threw 3 touchdown passes in all, and Detroit got off to a quick 17-7 lead. But Green Bay did not go quietly.
Jacobs alone sent back. Love under center. Give to Jacobs up the middle. Rambling goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown, Green Bay Packers. Jacobs on a 4-yard touchdown run. His second tutty of the game.
So,
tutty.
you got to love that. That's always fun.
So let's do this for a moment here, John, because this is something I tried to do with Paul and Mike Dussault when we were doing Patriots pregame and postgame. And Paul was, for the most part, up for it. Mike can't do it, right? Mike is a Patriots fan through and through. But I said, let's talk about this game a little bit from the other side. Let's examine it. What would we be saying? So I'm going to try and remove myself from the Lions fandom and just talk about those touchdowns scored to start the second half by Green Bay. It says something about Detroit for sure. But what does it tell you about Green Bay? The way they're able to go out there, score the first touchdown, and then capitalize on the interception and score again right away.
Yeah, I think Green Bay's a pretty good team, too.
I think they're a pretty good team.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew they were a good team. This was the best matchup of records, this late in the year and, for a Thursday night game ever, I think. Okay. And it was one of the best matchups this late in the year in the NFL. There's all kinds of, pomp and circumstance around this game just in terms of how good record-wise these two teams were. But just empirically, Green Bay's good. They're a good football team.
Yeah, I mean, good young quarterback, good group of receivers, and they can run the ball. So when you were talking about in the last block about the Lions' defense and how banged up it's been, you couldn't have felt great. I mean, you're in a good spot, 17-7 at the half, but you know that there's a push coming, and then you turn the ball over, all of a sudden the balance changes in the game. And,
on the road to come back like that against a team like that, regardless of what you think about the Detroit defense, they're 11-1. They're the best team in the NFL this season, and to do that in their building is impressive.
And Jordan Love, who had been banged up, now moving a lot better. He was getting out of pressure situations. He was picking up some yards. At one point he had a 14-yard run, which they said was his longest run of the season.
It was after the holding call, right? In the second quarter. Yeah, that was a big first down.
That was a big first down, but also I'm like, I thought he was a little more consistently mobile than that. I was surprised to find out that this late in the year he had injuries. A lot of injuries though, and kind of protecting himself in that aspect of the game. But that Green Bay team, they're going to be around for a while. There's nothing to indicate that they're anything less than a very good team, not just for the NFC, but that's a team you're going to have to contend with, I think, here for years to come. All right.
So Josh Jacobs had a big day for Green Bay, big night for Green Bay last night. 3 rushing touchdowns for Josh Jacobs. So we went to the fourth quarter. And with the game tied at 31, the Lions had the ball last. They started at their own 30-yard line following a Brandon McManus game-tying field goal. They moved the ball down the field, and after being stuffed on 3rd and 1, they had a 4th and short on the Packers' 21-yard line with 23 seconds left. As you both know, Jake Bates has been one of the best kickers in the league this season. He had a 38-yard field goal to win it. However, you are dealing with Dan Campbell, and listen to Al Michaels kind of work his way through this.
3rd and inches. And does he get the first down? Green Bay thinks not. No, he didn't. You got Zane Anderson who comes up, stops Montgomery short. Now, now this is a fascinating decision.
He's dying to go for it, but obviously he's got to kick this field goal to potentially win this game, or at the very least go ahead here by 3.
So this would be about a 38-yard field goal.
Okay, stop.
You're almost compelled to do that because if you don't make it, you're going to get.
Just stop for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, 38-yard field goal. So that means they're on the Green Bay 21.
Yes. They're on the Packers' 21-yard line. Yeah.
For a 38, that's 20.
The clock is ticking.
Yeah.
We're down at about a minute right now.
Yep.
He just got the Lions just got stuffed on a 3rd and inches.
Yep.
So it's 4th and inches. You're well in that. Forget about being in field goal range. You're in.
It's a chip shot. It's an extra point.
Chip shot range with about a minute left. Okay.
Yes.
Continue. Let it roll there for a second.
Yeah,
if you
Dan,
can.
we didn't. I can't load for some reason the actual play, but suffice to say, Campbell kept the offense on the field, ran it up the middle with David Montgomery. He gets 7 yards and a first down. The Lions drain the rest of the clock, and then they set up for a field goal from just 3 yards closer in than the spot where he refused to go for it. And Jake Bailey finally got on the field and did this.
There it is. Fox the hold. Kick away. It is up and it is good. These Detroit Lions. You want to talk about grit. You want to talk about determination. You want to talk about resiliency. This team is all of those things.
All right, so it's a pants-off, dance-off. Detroit wins 34-31. They've won 11 in a row. They're 12-1. They are in line for the bye. The Eagles are right behind them, though, so they have to keep winning. It isn't though they have this thing locked up with 3 games left. But still, despite Dan Campbell's best efforts, they win the game.
Yeah. Okay, so here, I've got it here,
Oh,
John.
you do have it. Okay.
So, again, this is after they said, all right, well, you got to kick the field goal here. And now they're calling a timeout. And they go through all the machinations of, what it is they're really trying to do. Oh, yeah. Can you turn me up over here, please, Ryan? Thanks, buddy.
So for the moment, they are leaving the offense out on the field. Ain't this fascinating? If nothing else,
draw them off?
Draw them offside, yeah.
He's got the timeout.
Yep.
Maybe they're thinking, you know me.
Yeah, this is what we're all thinking. All right, you're going to leave them out there, but they're not really going to do this.
I'm the guy that goes for it on 4th down, just try to, and then call your timeout.
He could.
Or he just says to heck with it.
Are they going? They are going. And then Goff falls down, but Montgomery is able to pick up the first down. So Goff falls down as he's making the handoff, and this should seal it. They'll run the clock down, kick the field goal. What a call.
Goff gets stepped on by his left guard, turning for the handoff.
So many things could have gone wrong there.
He's on one knee when he hands the ball off.
Dan Campbell.
Can I play the other side for a second?
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
I don't hate it. It's
this is what I asked you for in the pre-show meeting. Could you please tell me everything's going to be okay? So tell me.
See, but I can't tell you everything's going to be okay. This one, in this
was
particular
okay?
case, I probably would have kicked the field goal, but I understand. I can totally understand what he's talking about. I have a chance to end the game, and if I feel like I can stop him with 38 seconds left, then I can run the risk here of not having to worry about it.
Okay, so
I don't hate it. I get what you guys are saying. I probably would have kicked the field goal too.
All right,
Absolutely would have done that.
This is where I cannot agree with you. All right. Number one, running the play in itself, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad. All right, will you agree on that?
No.
Well, the one thing that is good is you pick up the first down.
Right.
The other one is
you don't get it.
You don't get it.
What's the third one?
You turn the ball over?
You turn the ball over, and they run it back for a touchdown.
Which almost happened, but all right.
Come on. We're going to turn the ball over on a 4th and inches play? We're going to go for,
Lions. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. He fell down
We've won
on the
11 in a
handoff.
row.
Okay, so that's the first part of it. The second part of it is this. It's a tie game. So if you kick the field goal, they got a lot of time left on the clock. Do they have enough time to go down and score a touchdown? Most likely not. They have enough time to go down and get into field goal range, and the result ends up being the same as before. It's a tie game once again.
Yeah, that's why I said I probably would have kicked the field goal, because then I'm going to be in overtime. If it goes bad, I'm probably going to be in overtime anyway.
You're right.
Whereas if it goes bad going for it, I'm going to lose on the last second.
Right, but if you get stuffed, they still have enough time to go down and get in field goal range, and that is really going to be no time left on the clock, and
now
then you lose the game.
So I get it. I think if there was more time on the clock, I would have been more apt to go for it, knowing that I'm probably not going to get a stop here, especially the way Green Bay's offense was playing in the second half. Would they have like 24 points in the second half? They went up and down the field. I don't think you stood much of a chance to shut them down. Again, you keep talking about all the injuries they have on defense, Hardy. They probably got off to a better start defensively than they figured they would, and most of that was because of the Lions' offense. Right? They kept the ball for large chunks of that, and Dan Campbell said it. Our offense is going to have to lead the way because we're missing too many guys on defense. So why not put the game in the hands of the better unit that you have? I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I'm a Lions fan. I hate it. I hate every week. I hate every week just knowing that this madman could sink my ship.
Well,
seriously.
That's the bigger picture, Joe, that I shared with Hardy earlier. I was like, and he goes, "You're supposed to be talking me off the ledge." I can't do it because I can see him doing one of these risky things that's not right. Like last year in the NFC Championship game, not all of those fourth down decisions was right. You got the whatever it was, a field goal made it a 3-score. I forget the details now, but you had a chance to take a 3-score lead in the second half, if I'm not mistaken. But by kicking a field goal and he goes for it, gets stopped, changes the whole momentum of the game. That would be my fear if I were Hardy and Fred, because that's coming. Like you can see it. That's on the horizon. One of those decisions costing you a playoff game.
I just keep thinking. You ever seen the movie Crimson Tide, Hardy?
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
Dan
Campbell is
finally something Paul is interested in talking about this morning. Let's go.
Hold on.
Dan Campbell is Gene Hackman. He's the guy who's yeehaw, go get him, that kind of thing.
They're fielding their missiles.
That's right. That's who Dan Campbell is.
What are the stallions? The Liffenthons? I forget.
Oh, that's right.
Liffenthon or stallions.
That's right. That's right.
But at birth, they're all white. This is the Quentin Tarantino influence in the script. I believe they brought him in to punch up the script. So when it gets into that odd racial metaphor toward the end there about the stallions, but when they're born, they're arguing whether or not whether they're black or white between Denzel and Gene Hackman. I believe we have Quentin Tarantino to thank for that.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. Oh, it's a good movie.
It is a great movie.
And then Morpheus Silver Surfer and all that stuff. That's Tarantino. That's Tarantino who added that stuff into the script. All right. Well, good times. Was there anything of note said afterward? Did anybody speak after the game talking about the decision to go for it? Because that is something I would love to
we'll get
investigate
to that.
here.
We'll check and we'll get to that next.
All right, we'll get to that, and we'll also get to the reports on Bill Belichick and what he's been up to, because this, too, is fascinating. Albert Breer is going to join us in the 7 o'clock hour, so we'll get to all things NFL and Belichick. And, of course, the Patriots here with Patriots.com. What is your title over there? Are you senior?
Czar.
Editor-in-chief?
Yeah, kind of like senior writer, editor, Patriots. I don't know.
Okay. Paul Perillo.
Underpaid.
I called him Phil this morning. Yeah, I did. I did call him Phil this morning.
So we have all that to get to, and we'll continue what happened last night. After this, and the headlines here from Wallach on Toucher and Hardy on 98.5, the Sports Hub. Fletcher and Hardy here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. All right, very quickly, Wally, because we're going to talk a lot more about this with Bert throughout the morning. We'll get to what's going on with Bill Belichick. But Dan Campbell did speak after the game.
Dan Campbell did speak last night after the game. And, of course, the first question to him is, why the hell did you go for it on fourth down?
I just felt like we needed to end it on offense, and I did not want to give that ball back, and I believed we could get that. I believed we could convert, and I trusted that old line. I trusted David, and they came through for us. It's a hell of a call by Ben, I knew how I wanted to play this game. The team knew it, and everything in me told me that let's finish this, and so we did.
All right. An indictment on the defense a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think he has a tremendous amount of confidence. I told you that before the game they were talking about how he said it's on the offense. The offense needs to lead us because of all the injuries. So, again, he needed an inch. If it was 4th and 3, maybe I think about it a little bit differently. But I think you should be able to have some confidence that you can get an inch.
Look, you have the best kicker in the league this year.
Oh, it's not about him thinking he wasn't going to make the kick. It was like, we're going overtime if I do that. If I can get an inch, we're going to end the game on offense. Yeah. I don't think he had any fear of him not being able to make the field goal.
Look, I've seen head coaches make decisions that have radically backfired. Remember 4th and 2 in Indianapolis? I
do.
mean, there have been coaches that are far better than him have stepped in it when their team has goals of winning a Super Bowl. All I'm saying is you lose that game. You make the mistake and you lose that game. That could be the difference between you hosting the NFC Championship game or going to Philadelphia, which is a big difference.
It is a big difference, and I agree. But I understand where he's coming from. End the game on off. I'm a big proponent of that. Like, if you have a chance to run the clock down in those situations, you got to do it, and that's got to be your goal. And I don't think enough teams think about it that way. I think too many teams are just content. Well, we have the go-ahead field goal here, and we're going to take it. I think the clock was part of it, and I think the distance is part of it. Like I said, if it's you said 4th and 2, by the way, from his own 28.
Yep.
There's a difference there. I mean, you're absolutely losing the game because you're setting him up on the 28-yard line. There's no way Peyton Manning's not going to do that. Whereas if you make him go 80 yards, he probably moves down the field, but maybe he doesn't. At least give yourself a chance. Plus, you needed 2 yards. This, you needed an inch, right? This was nothing.
But based on what they had done earlier in the game on, 4th and goal situations from the 1 and the 2, I'm surprised they didn't throw it. I really am, because they had just got stuffed on a run on 3rd and inches.
Yeah. So in the other 4th downs, they had 2 touchdowns on 4th downs, right?
Yep.
The one to Gibbs was definitely on 4th down. I think the one to Patrick was also.
The best thing I can say for my own sanity, though, is going for it on those 4th and goals. It doesn't even faze me anymore. I'm like, yeah, of course he's doing that.
Well, he's done it, 18 times?
They went for it on 4th down 5 times last night.
Yeah, I think it was 18 or 19 times this season he's gone for it on 4th down.
And you guys remember, and I know, Hardy, I know you do, before the Lions got good, as he was sort of establishing his culture when he came here to Foxborough. He went for 6 4th downs and missed them all.
Didn't they get blown out that day?
Oh, yeah. It was like 29-0.
And they were a bad team that beat them, too.
It was a Bailey Zappi game.
So what? It was game 4. I believe it was week 4.
It was early in the season, yeah.
And I believe the Lions were undefeated.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
I think they were 3-0, and I know they were the highest scoring offense in the league.
They were definitely a high-scoring team. That I do remember. I don't think that they were undefeated, but they got off to a bad start in the season. I think I wanted to say they were like 1-6 or something.
What year is this, 21?
And they finished 9-8. It was the second year of Dan Campbell, so would have been 22, I think.
Okay.
Highest scoring offense, Yo and I both agree on that.
They were definitely, I think they had like a shootout loss, I think, the previous week.
Yeah, they lost to Seattle 48-43, 45. Jesus, that's impressive. They lost to the Patriots 29-0 that day.
Right.
But they were
1-3 coming into the game.
Right.
1-3? Yes.
And
then with the
I think
highest
they ended
scoring
up being
offense.
1-6,
Oh,
and
my
then
God.
they won.
Oh, that's right. That's
I
right.
can't
That's
believe
right.
you
Then
remembered
they
the
won 5 in a row to
How do you
end the
remember
season.
they lost to the shootout the day of the
It's
week
not
before?
anything I'm proud of.
My
I've
God,
said this
that's
many
impressive.
times, but there's random nonsense that's stuck in my head. No, I'll tell you why. This all circles back to Patriots.com. I'll tell you why those details stick in my head is it's sort of something that you should have an eye on if you're a Patriots fan.
Right.
Like Dan Campbell comes in, he takes over, and he goes 3-13-1 his first year. He's trying to establish his culture. He's talking about biting kneecaps and all that stuff. The next year they show progress after a slow start. Again, they finish strong, go 9-8.
Yep.
And then last year they're in the NFC Championship game, and now they're one of the best teams, if not the best team in football. That's what you got to hope for, that you sort of establish it. But Dan Campbell has been very consistent.
Yes.
In his time. And this is some of the reason why a lot of people are talking about this, John, is because people have been critical of Gerard Mayo a little bit for being too conservative on fourth downs, not going for the 2-point conversion at the end of the Titans game, needing to be a little bit more aggressive. You want to establish a culture. You want to, become one of those teams that's really hard to play against. I think you need to be a little bit more aggressive. Dan Campbell was aggressive before they were good. Now they're good, and they're converting on those aggressive chances. So I think that's probably why some of that stuff sticks in my head, that they weren't very successful right away. They went 0-for-6 on fourth down in that 29-0 game. That game wasn't a blowout on the field. It just ended up a blowout because every time they had a chance to put points on the board, he went for it and missed. And one of those missed fourth downs. Now I'm going to have to owe you two an apology because you said that 3 things can happen if you. One of those failed fourth downs was a Kyle Duggar fumble return for a touchdown.
Right.
I think Judon sacked Goff and Duggar picked it up and ran it back for a touchdown.
I'm not even going to bother to look because I'm
you
sure
don't
he's
have to
right.
check it. Don't check
it.
it.
I'm sure he's right.
I tell you why that game sticks out in my memory. Number one, it was, the high-flying Lions offense that didn't win a lot of games, but, man, they're putting up 38, 43 every single week. Number one, getting shut out. Number two, Savion Smith getting injured in that game.
Oh, yes. I do remember that.
And that was something I've never seen in a football game before when plays stopped. They didn't bring the cart out. They brought an ambulance out onto the field, if I remember that portion of it correctly. I believe they brought the ambulance onto the field, Paul. But the thing that I've never seen before, so I'm watching from the radio booth, so we're right behind the Lions sideline, and friends and family of the visitors are sitting down in that section behind them. An official comes over and gets one of Savion's relatives, I think it was his dad, out of the stands, brings him down onto the field.
I remember that.
To walk off and ride in the ambulance with him. Good. It was horrifying to watch. And then I think he flew home with the team that night. As dire as the situation was, and whether he was, temporarily unable to move anything, whatever it was, I think he flew back with them that night. Maybe stayed one day. It wasn't very long. He ended up being okay. But anyway, let's save all the Belichick stuff because there's so much, and we can maybe start there with Bert.
Yeah.
Because
it was his report last night that I had here. So
yes.
let's wait.
Absolutely fascinating. Just in general, Paul, how intrigued have you been with Bill Belichick's media persona and, dare I say, personal persona over these last several months?
So, obviously, I'm like everybody else. I'm hearing all the clips and stuff and scoffing at most of it. A lot of it is kind of embarrassing, if you ask me. This particular thing with UNC, and I know you want to get into it with Bert, but I find this fascinating. Is this an indication that maybe he's reading the tea leaves and there's no job?
Maybe.
I think it's hilarious that he will actually have to promote a program. If he ever winds up promote a program. That's one of the reasons that Colorado is so successful. Dion never saw a camera he didn't like.
Right.
And that's not Bill. And is Bill really going to go into a living room and try and convince a recruit?
Hard to imagine.
And in the day and age of NIL and transfer rules, you're not building a program. You're doing it year to year, which means his job is pretty much 24/7.
Look, we got plenty of time talking about coaching opportunities. What I really wanted, Paul, and playing the role of Fred here, what do you think of him and his 24-year-old girlfriend? What do you think about him playing dress up on the beach? I'm a fisherman. I caught myself a mermaid.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's going back to college.
You had great reverence and respect for Bill while you were in the building with him for 20-plus years.
Absolutely.
What do you think now?
Less. I mean, I know people have been really critical of us on Patriots Unfiltered. Because he's not the coach anymore, so now you guys beat up on him. No, he's not the coach anymore, but that's not why we're critical. Listen to him. And watch him. Look what he's doing.
He's behaving in a way not worthy of my respect and admiration.
When he had the crack at the Brady roast about, the last roast, or whatever, do you remember that?
Yeah.
That was funny. That was funny. I don't think people made fun of Bill for that.
No.
He was sort of taking a jab back at Robert, for the whole, the whole way that went down. The documentary went down. This kind of stuff, So the Patriots beat Cincinnati in the opener, and we're not going to talk anything about Cincinnati, but we're going to rip Atlanta. Because what did Atlanta do, John? Atlanta interviewed him for the job and went with somebody else.
Yep.
So we're going to rip the Falcons to shreds here.
Yep.
But we're going to ignore the fact that Gerard Mayo won his first game as a coach.
No, they beat Chicago, and all Bill could talk about is what's wrong with the Bears,
right?
Instead of what's good with the Patriots.
And you're right. It's the ignoring. It's the not even acknowledging. It's not creating a false narrative. It's a different level of disrespect when you won't even acknowledge what's going on.
Yeah, and I understand. That Chicago game, the national story after that game was the Bears, not the Patriots. But for him to not even acknowledge that the Patriots played one of their best games of the year, it's transparent.
It's petty.
And then he has his puppet, doing all his dirty work for him in Lombardi.
I don't know what you mean.
I don't.
Jeez,
know.
I thought he wasn't slanted at all. He's straight down the middle.
I don't know what you could possibly be talking about.
I know way more about this.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. We'll get more into this with Bert Breer coming up here on hour number 2 of Toucher and Hardy here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Oh.
headlines.
Celtics and Milwaukee Bucks will play tonight at TD Garden as the Green continue what's now a 5-game homestand. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jason Tatum, Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford are all questionable for the Celtics. Drew Holiday will return. Chris Middleton is expected to make his season debut for Doc Rivers' team as well. The University of North Carolina has reportedly had multiple conversations with Bill Belichick about becoming their next head football coach. Mac Brown was fired last week after a 6-6 season. In other NFL news, the Patriots are off for the bye week. The players are due back Monday. They visit Arizona a week from Sunday. Last night, Arizona got a 33-yard Jake Bates field goal with no time left, and they won their 11th straight game, 34-31 over Green Bay at Ford Field. Bruins played Philadelphia at TD Garden tomorrow, and the Boston Globe is reporting the Red Sox have requested another meeting with top free agent Juan Soto to find out exactly how much money it would take to get a deal done with him. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, the company that finishes every job strong. If your home or business has a plumbing, HVAC, electrical, or drain issue that can't wait, you need to call 128 now at 888-CALL-128. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Get the app.
There's the potential there for big stuff.
98.5 The Sports Hub app. Get the app. What's the best way to listen to Toucher and Hardy?
Well, you're going to have to spend $40.
Cough it up, and let's get back to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Yeah, so he has had dialogue with University of North Carolina officials, and I think this is an illustration of where he is right now. He and a group of people around him have really studied the college game, and he believes because of some of the elements that have been introduced to the college game, the transfer portal, NIL, there's more NFL type of challenges at that level now. And he actually believes he might be able to build a winner in college faster than he would be able to in the NFL because of it. So it should be an interesting one to watch. I still think he wants to coach in the NFL, but if the right job isn't there, he would consider college.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Albert Breer with his report. He is the senior NFL reporter and lead content strategist for the MMQB. Getting down to business with Bert Breer is presented by Bentley University, where good business begins and leaders come to learn. Bert joins us here on Toucher and Hardy on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Bert in Detroit after last night's Amazon Thursday Night Football. I don't know if you can see Bert if you're watching us on YouTube right now. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube and see if you can see him. I'll double check on that. But Bert, thank you for joining us here on the show. How are you, buddy?
Hey guys, what's up?
What's going on? How was your night in Detroit?
It was short. I think I went to bed at like 2 a.m. last night. So if I seem a little worn down, that's where it is. But it was a great game. It was awesome being there. And I mean, Hardy, I think you've been back to games here, right, over the last couple of years.
I have not. Fred goes a lot. I have not been back yet.
The atmosphere in that stadium is ridiculous.
Yep.
I mean, if I'm Dan Campbell, I'm really trying to get home field. I think it could make a difference. Like I just think, and Paul, you've been to all these stadiums. Like a lot of the domes aren't like the old domes. It's not like the old RCA dome. So many of them are so big and cavernous now that you don't have like as intimidating an environment. Like Dallas is beautiful, but it's just huge, and it just doesn't get as loud because you don't have like the sound trapped in. Like Detroit is intimate, and you're on top of the action, and I just think like it could make a real difference in like an NFC title game against Philadelphia.
Well, we're going to get much more into the game and everything going on there, but we wanted to go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You want to lead off with Bill, right?
Yeah, we really want to talk about Bill and that report yesterday because of all the things that I thought that might be on the table for him, in this upcoming season. I did not have a head coach of the North Carolina football team on my bingo card.
Yeah, I didn't either, but it was interesting. I got a text earlier in the week, and I sort of alluded to this on the midday show on Wednesday. Somebody had said to me who would know, yeah, Bill's coaching next year, whether it's high school, college, or pro. And I was like, what? And, then obviously the news yesterday. And I think I think it's sort of like I said last night, and the clip that you guys played there is sort of an illustration of where he is. Like, he wants to coach next year. He's done a ton of research. One thing I didn't say there that I think is a very real factor here is I don't think he wants to go somewhere where he's going to have like some sort of structure or some front office or some team president shoved down his throat. Like, I just don't think he's interested in that. And that doesn't mean he needs to pick every player, but I think he doesn't want to just, if he's going to take over an NFL team, like, he wants it to be his process, his program. Like, he's at his age, not going to go in there and, kowtow to some executive who's, who's like quasi business football or something like that. I don't see it happening. So I think that's sort of where this sprung up, where it's like you start to see the jobs come open, and, you got Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles in Chicago, and Kevin Warren's basically standing up there and saying, whoever comes here is working with Ryan Poles. In New York, you've got Woody Johnson and, his army of yes men around him. And it does sort of seem like maybe Bill took a look at the landscape and said, well, there's no guarantee there's going to be one here that I'm really going to be willing to go take. And so I ought to take a look around. And that's where I think the college thing came from.
Bert, I'm curious, I understand what you're saying about maybe him not liking the different spots. Do you think that he feels like there's interest in him as much as he would hope?
And I think that that's part of it too. Like, I do think last year, Paul, had an effect on him.
Yeah.
I think he thought like last year, and this is just me talking, but I think he thought last year when he got fired, he'd be able to throw his 6 rings on the table and get whatever job he wanted. And I do think it probably had an effect on him that did not happen. That, like, it was actually like, oh, wait a minute, like, I might have trouble getting a job. And that's not to say he wouldn't get a job this time around, but it's like, you add his experience last year with then the reality of some of the jobs that come open. Because remember, he hasn't been out there in the open market. And I think what a lot of these guys have to reckon with, like guys who've been successful head coaches who leave places, and then they think, okay, like when I get my next shot, it's going to be perfect. I mean, these jobs come open for a reason. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Like, they don't come open because they're perfect jobs. So usually there's something wrong with them, or there's something that you've got to deal with. And, in most cases, someone wants to be an NFL head coach bad enough that they're going to take that job and they're going to grit their teeth and they're going to deal with the flaws. But there are very few jobs that come open where there's not some sort of string attached, or maybe some person there that you don't want to work with that you're going to have to deal with on a daily basis. It's just, I think, not just Bill's reality. I think it's the reality that every head coaching candidate looks at. And I think, the guys who've had success previously in the league have a little harder time wrapping their heads around it. Like, it's like why John Gruden, probably part of why John Gruden spends 9 years out, because it's like, well, I don't want to work with that guy, or I don't want to work with that guy. And then before you know it, like, you've sort of eliminated all the jobs that might be available.
More to the college thing, though, Bert, I don't see how this is a match. And the reason is, if you're a college football coach, what you have to do is find as many cameras as you can and promote the program. Deion did that really, really well, and that's some of the reason why he got some heat on his program before he started recruiting. And I can't see Bill going into a living room to convince anyone of anything. And the way NIL and college transfer rules are now, there's no real thing of building a program. You do it year to year. And this is part of the reason that Bill's buddy Nick Saban got out of the business entirely. I don't see how this is a match.
Do you know how many living rooms Deion Sanders has been in over the last couple of years?
I read what you wrote yesterday, and the answer is 0. So, all right, take that out of it. But still, Bill has to promote his program.
Yep. Right.
Bill doesn't like doing that at all.
So, I think, my understanding is he's done a ton of research into this. And my sense is he may believe that these rules would help. That it's become very much like an NFL model, like the transfer portal is free agency, the NIL is the salary cap, right? And he has experience with that stuff, and he can work with that stuff. And here's the other thing that was sort of pointed out to me that I thought I wasn't even really aware that this rule changed. I follow college football relatively closely, as you guys know. There was a rule that only, and this rule, and I knew about the old rule, had been there forever, that I think it's only like 9 or 10 coaches can be on the road recruiting, right? Like it's something like you designate 9 or 10 full-time coaches on your staff, and those are the only guys who can go out on the road and recruit. Well, now the rules changed this year where you can send whoever you want out on the road recruiting. So you could legitimately hire a staff to go do that for you and just hire coaches to coach. And so you could hire young guys to come in and do every bit of the on-the-road recruiting, and then all of your coaches could just be in the building coaching. So, like, I think that part of it is, like, I think that's a game changer for someone like Bill.
But Bill still has to play nice with everybody, and that's
Right,
not something
and-
he does.
But, like, you do have, if you're Bill, like, so here's the thing, though. Like, someone said to me last night that he thinks he could build a college program faster than a pro program, which you heard me say there, right?
Yep.
Here's why. He could go into the transfer portal and he could say to maybe there's a third-year player who's a fourth-round pick, or a fourth-year player who might go undrafted, but is a really good college football player. And he gets to go say to every one of those guys, come play for me for a year and your draft stock will jump. And probably legitimately be right about that. What's more powerful to sell than that? Like, he doesn't need to sell himself. He's Bill Belichick. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't really need to.
No,
like,
that's
and
the part I'm wondering about. Like, with Deion Sanders, I can totally see why, a 20-year-old kid would be fascinated to play for Deion Sanders.
Right.
I'm not sure that the same would hold true. I mean, obviously the coaching credentials are through the roof.
I push back on that a little bit, though, Paul, because I think a 20-year-old kid is going to have more familiarity with Bill Belichick than he is Deion Sanders. He didn't know from Deion Sanders, the player.
Mm-hmm.
He knows Bill Belichick, the coach.
But I'm just looking at like the sort of the lifestyle that Deion presents.
But
like what John's talking about,
Yeah.
him being in front of the camera and promoting, and I just don't see Bill doing that.
Paul, here's the thing, though. Like, if you're like a 20, 21-year-old, 22-year-old kid who might be like a fringe NFL prospect, I think it's like I think it would be really attractive.
That's a fair point.
You know what I mean? Like,
he's going to prepare you more with his coaching acumen than the flashy guys. Yeah.
Like, and then like I have that to sell to NFL teams. Like, now I've played for Bill Belichick. So if you're looking at me as like a 5th-round guard or a 4th-round linebacker, like, you're looking at me and you're saying, like, look, most of these kids, you're projecting them in the NFL, right? With the kid who's played for Bill Belichick, it's like, we know that he can handle an NFL program because he's playing in one right now. So I could see it like where he is taking advantage of the transfer portal and saying, we're going to bring in a bunch of 4th and 5th-year players. We're going to train them up. They're going to be the most well-coached kids in the country. And we're going to have a veteran team every year because we're going to attract this kind of kid every year. And that kid is going to win here, and then he's going to be a better NFL prospect than he was the year before.
Okay, so
that's to me, you can sell that. Like, that's a very real thing, right?
You've done a good job of selling it.
That all tracks. The one thing that you can't sell, though, and the one thing that all comes back to for me is like all these attributes and all these things that could help in recruiting and the coaching and the culture and all that for how long? For how long?
And that's the thing about that. That's the thing about it, though. Like, I think if you did it under this model, right, you don't need to go into a high school kid and sell them on, like, I'm going to be here the whole time you're here. If it's like more on, like, if it's more on that, like, it's more on like the 3rd and 4th-year guys, which, by the way, is like how Deion has built his program, is like largely on those kids on transfers. Now, they got a couple of like the great high school players, but for the most part, like, he's built it on transfers. You kind of cut through that challenge that an older college coach would have, that, hey, he's not going to be here, when you graduate. Well, if you're, if you're dealing with a 3rd or 4th-year kid who's only coming for a year or two anyway, it doesn't matter. So, but
if in Colorado or anywhere that Deion is coaching right now, there is at least the belief that you could keep him around for 5 or 10 years. What's the longest Bill, if he got the job today? You know what? We're going to pay you whatever you want. We're going to give you the program, Bill. How long does Bill stay there as head coach in North Carolina? What'd be your
Why does that
estimation?
matter?
Because if you're North Carolina, you don't want someone to come in there.
Do you think Colorado cares? Colorado went from like 0 to 60. Colorado was irrelevant for like how long?
Yeah.
Colorado is one of the most relevant.
But at least there is the belief that you could keep him there more than a few years. Bill's going to be gone after 3 years, regardless of what happens.
I mean, you don't think if the Florida State job came open, like Deion would be gone in 2 seconds? Florida State was what, 1-11 this year or something?
Florida State job may very well be open in the next couple of months.
Yeah. So I mean, but like, let's say Colorado loses Deion this year.
Just on the whole, Bert, do you think schools are more in line with hiring a coach that they know is only going to be there for 2 years? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Answer the question, Bert.
I think it's good. I think it's good.
Oh, so everyone's looking for a coach for 2 years.
If you're North Carolina, you're nowhere right now. No one cares about North Carolina football. You are on the map if Bill Belichick's your coach. Like, from their standpoint, that's a massive win, don't you think?
But then when he leaves, aren't you immediately off the map?
It took Deion a couple of years to get going here. Bill only has a couple.
Look, you don't think let's use the Deion example. Let's say Deion leaves in 2 weeks to go take another job, right? Let's say that happens. How much more sellable is that Colorado job now than it was when he got there? Like, they're going to be able to go and get a much better coach to fill that job now than they would have been 2 years ago if Deion wasn't in the picture, right? So the same dynamic could exist.
You don't think that? Hardy's giving you faces.
What do you think, Paul?
You're selling it to me. I understand exactly what you're talking about. Like, right now, if you're Colorado, wouldn't you say if he left, like Bert just said, if Deion leaves tomorrow, you think Colorado's going to regret the last 2 years?
Okay, no, and they fine. I grant you everything. Okay, it's a more sellable job as head coach. How about in North Carolina? Bill goes in there, has success for 2 years, and leaves. Do you think people are going to be jumping up and down to replace Bill Belichick again?
Maybe. It's more attractive than they are right now to replace Mac Brown.
Here's what it comes down to. They're going to be much better players there at that point. You're going to be inheriting a much better roster than you are right now. Right?
Unless they all transfer
unless it doesn't work.
First.
Unless it doesn't work. Well, but at the very least, you've got like a base, and you've proven that you can win there. You know, like I just
the way the NIL is, the way transfer rules are, Bert. You know as well as I do that it's the second Bill leaves, you could lose 3/4 of that roster.
Yeah, but that's everywhere, though.
Yeah, that can happen.
But we're specifically talking about North Carolina.
That's everywhere, though. Like, I just don't know what the negative. Like, if you're North Carolina, are you going to go hire like the Coastal Carolina coach? Like you'd rather hire Bill. Like so much of this is like the buzz that you can create around your program. That would create such an incredible amount of buzz around their program. You know what I mean? Like, it's again like the idea of like this happening. Like I don't know. I look at like whatever that school is in Tennessee that Eddie George is coaching at, and they're winning now. It's a historically black college in Nashville, and I can't remember the name of the school, but like it's. Like, I would never have heard of that school before, but Eddie George is coaching there.
All this
Tennessee Tech or one of those.
All this is this is predicated though on the belief that he's going to go in there and kill it. What if he goes in there and he starts the season 1-5?
Well, then it was,
and then
well, that's the risk you take.
Yeah,
like,
everyone says, "Wow, now you just set us back another year by what were you thinking? Hiring a 72-year-old coach that wasn't going to be here anyway, and he just came in here and screwed things up even more."
I think it's a
Tennessee
lot
State, by the way.
Tennessee State.
I think a swing and a miss on Bill Belichick is pretty understandable. If you're the athletic director and that's the swing you take, and you were able to land Bill Belichick, I think you can explain that one away. You know,
Bert, what do you think the odds are? Like,
hold on. Can you save it for the other side?
Yeah.
Whatever your odds question is, can you save it? Because we're late. And now I'm getting the look from Ryan.
Okay.
And I don't know when I get the look. Bert's going to be with us for the whole hour. We'll continue here with Bert Breer, and this hour of Toucher and Hardy is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
98.5, the Sports Hub.
Do you know what this is? The original sample is from, Mr. Dabalina? Wallace, do you know this?
Do not know.
It's from a Monkees record.
It is?
Yes.
It's now. This is the Funky Homo Sapien, right?
Del the Funky Homo Sapien.
Yeah.
Yes. But I believe it's from a Monkees record, and one of the, I don't know, one of the guys in the Monkees walking through an airport and heard this the overhead speaker. Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina.
Name of the song is called Zilch.
Yeah, please report to a white courtesy phone. And they put that on a Monkees record and used it. Do you know that, Bert?
I did not. That's new information for me.
Great.
High-level stuff.
Bert Breer is joining us from Detroit, where I want to talk to you about the Lions game. Are you up for doing Bert's Blast later in the hour too, Bert?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, can I ask you guys a question? What the hell is taking so long with Juan Soto? I do not understand baseball free agency, why this happens like this.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Bert. No,
Well, John Henry hasn't had his sit down with him yet.
There
so
are
that's number
five. There
one.
are 5 finalists. Soto got initial offers from all of them last week, and now it's go time. These next 3 days, where
It's like freaking American Idol. Like, what the hell?
He's vetting the 5 finalists. I don't know either, but the good news is it's probably going to be over by Sunday. They think now that he's going to decide before the beginning of the winter meetings, which is in Dallas on Sunday.
Oh my God! Sorry, Bert, but I just caught a glimpse of your background there in your hotel room window in Detroit. It reminds me of growing up there and walking to the bus stop at 7:30 in the morning, and it's still dark.
And how gray it is.
It's still dark out at 7:30 in the morning in the winter.
Yep, because in this part of the country, because I went to school here. My dad's from down the street from here. The downside is like you said, in the winter how dark it is.
Yeah, you're 600 miles
Because you're on the other side of the time zone. The upside
same
is
time zone, 600 miles west of here. It's dark in the morning.
But the upside is that during the summer it's light till like 9:30.
Oh yeah, you can be out in your driveway playing basketball damn near 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
At the end of June, it's great. All right. So, the Juan Soto thing, I'm sure we'll get to a little bit later. But there's no...
You don't need my take on that.
No, I mean, what? They love it. Juan Soto loves it. Scott Boras loves it. Keep talking about it. Drive the price up.
You got 5 different teams looking to pay you north of, $650 million?
Yeah, the longer it takes, the better it's going to be for him. Paul...
The NFL would die for, these things to be dragged out this way. They would love it. It just can't work that way in football.
No. Paul Perillo is...
I wanted to put a bow on the Belichick talk, Bert. And just after all of these, would it happen? Should it happen? Does it make sense? What are the odds? Do you think it does?
I don't think the odds are great. I think he still wants to coach in the NFL, but I mean, I just think that there's this element there of, is the right job going to come along for him in the league? And I'm not positive that he's going to find one that he really likes. And I think it's one of those things, at his age, does he really want to, like I said earlier, be working around the parameters of what a general manager has already set up in a place, or kowtow to a team president? He didn't really deal with as you know, Paul, didn't really deal with a lot of that stuff in New England. He had it his way really for the better part of 25 years. So it's just hard for me to see where it would, he would go do it someone else's way. And I think he badly wants to coach, but I think he still does want to do it his way. And I think that's part of the appeal of these college jobs is if you take a college job, the coach is the king. The coach, there's no this person reports to that person who reports to that person, and then that person's backstopping this person over here. There's none of that in college. In college, everyone answers to the head coach. And so I do think that that's part of what the appeal of going to college would be.
All right. Albert Breer joins us from Detroit, where he was there for the Amazon Prime Thursday night football game. I think everyone here in this room managed to watch at least until the fourth, and we'll figure out what happened. You should have seen it coming. It was going to be something crazy with the back and forth scoring in that game, that it was going to come down to a one-score game. But the decisions made by Dan Campbell and the Lions at the end of that game, even for somebody who watches this team every week, it's absolutely mind-boggling. What were you thinking in the moment last night? The Lions get stopped on 3rd and inches. They are at the Green Bay 20 in a tie game, a minute left in the game. Instead of kicking the field goal, taking the lead, 38 seconds left in the game, they decide to go for it on 4th and inches. Bert, tell me your thoughts at the time.
I mean, I had two thoughts. My first thought is like everybody on social media, which is like, even if this works out eventually, is this going to catch up to them? You know what I mean? Like, is eventually one of these decisions going to really cost them in the playoffs? Like, so I had that thought because it did seem like if you were, even if you're like playing the percentages, playing the numbers there, it did seem like with Green Bay out of timeouts, the time down to what it was, kicking the field goal like just seems like a way lower risk thing. And then I was actually I was right there on the 20 when they went for it. And when Jared Goff stumbled and fell over, my immediate thought was he's down, but he wasn't touched, Right. And so he was on our set after the game, and he said, like one of his linemen stepped on him, And so like, I think part of it's like when you're a team that's playing this way, good things tend to happen. And like that, in that moment, the quarterback can get stepped on and stumble to the ground and somehow not get touched and still get the ball to the back. And the back turns out the first down. I think is sort of a reflection of where the Lions are right now.
And I think you're kind of seeing the same thing with Kansas City right now, where someone's going to miss a chip shot field goal that enables you to win the game, or you're going to have something just happen in your favor toward the end. And whether it's a result of you playing well and good things happening, or just, the luck that we see every NFL season. Yeah, there's a couple of teams experiencing that right now, but it's the decision itself that we're just batting around in the first hour of the show.
It was 5 fourth downs that they went for last night, right? Wasn't that a number, I think?
Yes.
They went 4 or 5, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The decision itself was based on what, do you think? Was it more so that Dan Campbell has a methodology and nothing will move him off of it, or is he so let's just say not sure of his defense that he didn't want any opportunity for them to come back and tie it again?
I was going to say it's both. I think it's both. I mean, it is what Dan Campbell is and has been and really has been since he first got there. And I think there's a lot of Bill Parcells in Dan Campbell. And everybody in New England, I think Parcells, if I remember right, Paul, you can back me up here. In the 90s, I think Parcells went for it on 4th down an abnormal amount of times for those times,
absolutely.
Right?
And especially, even when Bledsoe was young, it was like he completely changed from the conservative run-oriented offense he had with the Giants, and then they're throwing the ball 50 times a game with Drew.
Right, and so he was Parcells was very, I just remember he was one of the first ones that was really started to be aggressive on 4th down. So he's got a lot of Parcells in him, and I think there's a part of that which is I trust you guys. I have no problem, if it's a 50-50 call, putting my faith in my players to get it done. So I think that exists. And the other thing is, like you said, I do think part of it is protecting a defense that is incredibly beat up. They went into the game last night with 13 guys on injured reserve on defense. And that's 6 more than anyone else in the NFL. And then the best player there that they had, the 2 best players they had out there, Aleem McNeil and Brian Branch, both kind of got nicked up during the game. And Aleem McNeil left the game and didn't come back. So I think part of it is the defense had held on and held on and held on, and I think you saw at the end of the game it was starting to crack. And so I wonder if part of it is, we just got to end it, because if we put the defense back out there, Jordan Love could get down the field pretty quick, and Love and his receivers were playing pretty well.
That's why I had made the comment, Bert, that I didn't hate it, and these two guys looked at me like I was crazy. Well, I understood what he was thinking.
I mean,
I'm going to end the game by getting an inch.
It's also the best offensive line in football. That's the other thing.
Right.
Now, they didn't have their left tackle, but they ran right on that play, if I remember. They ran I mean, that's the other part of it. Like, you're running, you're banking on, like, running behind Kevin Zeitler, who's a, 12-year pro, Penei Sewell, who is one of the best tackles in football, and with was it Montgomery or Gibbs that got the ball? There was Montgomery, right?
Montgomery, it was a good short yardage back.
Yeah. Right. Like, so, like, it's, if you look at that gamble, and the truth is, if Goff doesn't stumble, if Goff doesn't get stepped on there, like, they might score on that play.
Okay, so I agree. Who is the team though that the Lions could face in the postseason where a move like that is going to cost them the most?
Philly. I actually think like home field could wind up being a pretty big deal here. I think, like I said earlier, like that place is a cauldron, and I think that place is, I think it's different than it was in the NFL in, like 25 years ago when you had like the Metrodome and the RCA Dome and like you had the Silver Dome. You had all these like places that were like that. There aren't very many that are like that. I think it's a tough environment to go in and play and to operate in. And so I do think, and, like then it's indoor versus outdoor, which, I think that can be a factor too. Yep. So I think home field is a pretty big deal, but Philly's the team to me. There have been points. I mean, Philly, like at points of that Baltimore game on Sunday looked scary. Like there was that one, I think it was their last touchdown where they covered 50 yards in 3 run plays. And I think a Philly-Detroit NFC title game would be fascinating because it's strength on strength. Like you have teams that are really good at the line of scrimmage, really physical. I think that would be a great NFC title game, and I think a much higher level NFC title game than we thought we would have gotten coming into the year based on the state of the conference.
All right, we're gonna do our official wellness check with you, Bert, here in a few minutes.
Oh
yes. Okay, we'll do that. Just a couple of Patriots points, and then we have Bert's Blast. We have a lot of things to get to before you leave us here at 8 this morning. So all of that coming up with Bert. Here on Toucher and Hardy. First, the headlines with John Wallach here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sports Hub headline. describes himself in 7 words.
A guy in tights and a cape.
And Hardy with blunt honesty.
I am not known as Mr. Fun.
Toucher and Hardy continues on the Sports Hub.
This hour, Touch and Hardy brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Albert Breer joining us. Paul Perillo is in this morning. Bert is in Detroit, which is close to Ohio. Wait, didn't you go to Ohio State, Bert?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn the page. Thanks for your help on that.
You're in Michigan. Hold on a second. You're in Michigan. Didn't Michigan play Ohio State last weekend?
You're on my side in this, Hardy. What are you doing?
I am. People ask me, it's like, oh, so you're rooting for Michigan? The people still don't get it. They don't get it. I said, no. My 2 favorite teams, Michigan State and whoever's playing Michigan. Doesn't matter. Week in, week out. Last weekend, second favorite team was Ohio State. Bert, what happened?
I don't think very many people understand how the other Big Ten schools view Michigan, which is like, you aren't really one of us. Because they spend so much time with their noses in the air and it's a lot of, and like, I guess like I'm like calling the kettle black on this, but like a lot of the people who are at Michigan or of Michigan aren't from Michigan and aren't from the Midwest, the same way the other schools are like true Midwestern schools. But anyway, it was a very frustrating game to watch because that Michigan team that was out there on Saturday probably had 2 players who would even start at Ohio State. And yet the game plan somehow was to run directly at those 2 players. I have no clue what we were doing.
Would you take Urban Meyer back?
Whatever it takes, Wallach, whatever it takes. Urban was 7-0. Jim Tressel was 9-1. We didn't lose. We barely lost them at all for 20 years. And so this has been an awful, awful, awful experience the last few years. But there's always the college football playoff. It's weird because everybody, you get asked a lot, like, would you rather win a national title or beat Michigan? And you never really thought that you were going to have to really reckon with that question. And we came close a couple of years ago when Ohio State almost beat Georgia in the national semifinal and would have won the national title if they'd won that game. But it was always like, well, that's like just a stupid question because one would never come without the other. And now we actually might have to answer that question, which is not as easy a question to answer as you might think because the rivalry is what it is.
Oh, no. For Michigan State, their Super Bowl national championship, whatever game, going back for the last, I'll say 35 years, has been the Michigan game. Because they haven't, sniffed a national championship. So, yeah, that's the only game that you care about. And for Ohio State, I get it. It's an even bigger rivalry because both teams identify the other as their biggest rival. That's the secondary sticking point for me is for Michigan State. Michigan is the biggest rival. Michigan does not feel that way about Michigan State.
And now we have a moment like the tunnel moment for you guys. Remember that thing I said, Hardy, a couple of years ago? Where I explained how the tunnel was the perfect encapsulation of Michigan and Michigan State.
Yes.
Whereas, like, if you get into a fight at Michigan State, your concern would be that you get jumped.
Yes.
And if you go to Ann Arbor, your concern if you get into a fight would be that somebody would call the cops on you. Well, that's exactly what happened in that tunnel. It was the Michigan State people jumped the Michigan people, and the Michigan people called the cops.
Yeah.
Same thing with us and the flag. They brought the flag out there. Like they run out there with the flag. That's fine. You win. But don't act like you didn't pick the fight. And then the minute the fight gets picked, what are the Michigan people doing? They're running to the cops. They're running to the cops.
I always say in circumstances like that, and I go back to LeGarrette Blount and his incident on the field at the end of his college career, right? It's somebody trying to get a reaction out of you. That's what the Michigan players were trying to do. It wasn't just a celebration. They're trying to get a reaction.
It's like it's blatant disrespect is what it is.
But also in trying to elicit a reaction, you got one. It's not the one you wanted, but you got a reaction, and you have to deal with those consequences, preferably by not calling the police. I'm sorry it happened, Bert.
Bert, I know it's tough for you. I asked about you last week before you came on the pregame show. Sorry, I wanted to make sure you were okay, but I do want to get your thoughts on this 12-team playoff real quick. You think it's working so far?
I mean, I always felt like college football had the best regular season in all of sports because everything was so zero-sum. And so I think dealing with it was, I was sort of like wondering, how am I going to process all of this when it's not that way? Because when your team loses, like it almost would feel like you wake up the next day and it was like fall was canceled. You know what I mean? Because everything was sort of out of your control at that point. And so like when Ohio State lost to Oregon earlier in the year, I had the same feeling when we lost, where it's just like kind of like, freaking like felt like my guts were ripped out. But then the next morning I woke up and it's like, oh, it's all still in front of us. Now Michigan's a little bit different, but it's still, you still win a national title. And I do think like one thing that is kind of interesting is like, while you don't have the zero-sum element of it, there are a lot more games that are relevant. I'll be interested to see what it looks like when they put it on the field. And then you get like interesting things like Boise maybe playing an SEC team, all those hypotheticals now won't be hypotheticals anymore. Do you guys like it?
I think it's been great. It's been great for the regular season. I'm with you. I want to see how it unfolds because I do have a feeling we might see some blowouts in these.
I think so too.
It'll be fun until Georgia beats Boise State by 4 touchdowns.
Exactly. But I do. I'm watching the Georgia Tech game last week, which is a game that I may have not even put on, and you're just glued to it, and just like the ramifications and all of these, there were a lot of elimination games that took place in the month of November. I think it's been great.
All right, we got.
And I think, go ahead.
No, we got 2 minutes left here for Bert's blast. So go ahead.
Let's go.
All right, let's go ahead and do it here.
Bert Blast. Lives in Duxbury by the Bay. Bert stops by Dunks on the way. We love Bert. He's a lot of fun because he already went for a run. It's time for Bert's Blast.
Thank you, Nick.
Did you go for a run this morning, Bert?
I did.
Oh, nice.
Wow, that's steady.
It's freezing. It's frigid here, by the way. It's definitely already winter in your hometown, Hardy.
Oh yeah. It hasn't. It hasn't been balmy here. All right, rapid fire questions for Bert. We'll do one each. Bert, on the heels of our college football playoff discussion, who will be in the national championship game and who will win?
Ohio State and Texas. Ohio State wins, and I hate saying that and jinxing it, but I guess I gotta reverse the bad juju somehow here.
Bert.
All right, go ahead.
I'll stick with the college playoff. Miami or Alabama?
Bama. Just based on talent, and I think I think Miami's a good team, not a great team. Go ahead. I can't hear it coming in as loud, so did you cut me off with that?
No, it's fine.
We're never going to cut you off. I like to have 9 things happening at once. I read that in a radio book once. It's really good.
I couldn't tell if I was sort of getting wrapped there, with the blast thing. So
if you think you're getting wrapped, you are. But go ahead and keep talking. You can do whatever you want. Go ahead, Wallach.
Will Bill Belichick be coaching an NFL team next year, or will he be coaching at North Carolina?
I think he'll be coaching an NFL team next year.
The only thing we have to fear is
Bert Blast.
So worth it. So worth it. Albert Breer. Once again, senior NFL.
It is awesome. All points to Nick Gimelli. That's an incredible piece of sound there.
Bert blast.
Thank you. Senior NFL reporter and league content strategist for the MMQB. Bert, seriously, I know these Thursday night games are late. You work late, and you're still up after. You think I don't get a lot of sleep. You get no sleep on these Friday mornings, so I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
Take care, Bert.
Thanks, Bert.
All right, there he goes. Bert Breer, lots of good stuff there on Bill Belichick and the Lions and Ohio State, and, of course,
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Bert Blast.
the Bert Blast.
I've had roughly about 4,000 football-related discussions with Bert over the years, and his talking about Belichick at North Carolina might be the best example, the first example of him ever convincing me of something.
I'm not.
There's no chance. There's no chance
No.
he lasts.
Like,
I don't care what
I don't think
he
he
says.
thinks there's much of a chance of it happening, but I'm talking about the reasons why it wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea.
It's a
for North
terrible
Carolina.
idea.
We can get back to this later, and we will, but I'll just say this. I'm not convinced, but Bert brought me around on and getting me off this silly, immature notion that they would do what's best for the football program. They're going to do what's best for the school and money and notoriety as a huge part of the calculus. And for that, Bert convinced me that the Belichick thing makes a lot of sense. All right. We will change and switch gears entirely here in hour number 3 and talk about something that Paul actually wants to talk about, and that's movies and TV. As we continue here on Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Felt like when guts were ripped out.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
It's Friday, and tonight, Friday night, FanDuel gives all...
Cedric Maxwell have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Chris Middleton expected to make his season debut for the visitors. Drew Holiday back for the Celtics. Jason Tatum, Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford are all listed as questionable. The University of North Carolina has reportedly had multiple conversations with Bill Belichick about becoming their next head football coach. In other NFL news, the Patriots are back for their bye week. The players are due back on Monday morning. They'll visit Arizona a week from Sunday. Last night, Detroit got a 33-yard Jake Bates field goal with no time left. They beat Green Bay at Ford Field 34-31. The Bruins play Philadelphia at TD Garden tomorrow. The team they just beat, Chicago, fired their head coach Luke Richardson yesterday. And the Boston Globe is reporting that the Red Sox have requested another meeting with top free agent Juan Soto to find out exactly how much money it would take to get a deal done. He's expected to pick his new team by the end of the weekend. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Prime Rib Dinner at the 99. Available every Friday and Saturday after 4 p.m. and all day on Sunday. 16 ounces of slow roasted USDA choice prime rib with 2 sides. You gotta love the nines. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Boston plays here.
Pritchard, half court, it's in the air. He got it! He did it again!
98.5 The Sports Hub. Hey, if your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, The Sports Hub.
Ryan, we got phone calls here?
I thought we did. We did for a while, but those are just the contest line.
All right. I always forget to pull up the phone screener. Sorry if you're calling in early. Sorry about that. I used to get yelled at on Patriots pre and post for not reading enough emails, and it wasn't necessarily from Paul. It was from boss man Fred, who didn't like the fact that I didn't read enough of the emails that would come into the show. So we have now I've learned my lesson. We have a dedicated email segment at the end of Toucher and Hardy every day.
It's a good move.
But he probably wouldn't like that either, because they all just get jammed into one. It's not enough reading of the emails.
Well, you're not used to having as much interaction with your shows.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much more on the Patriots.com.
Right,
It's just flooding in from all over the world constantly.
Yeah, well, we have a worldwide audience.
All hours of the day. That's right.
All right, man. I got to let you go.
Okay, let's get into this. IMDb has put together their list of the top 10 movies and TV shows of 2024.
Oh.
Now, these are based on the highest ranking IMDb programs and movies. The site's real page views from more than 250 million monthly visitors across the world. So this people all over the world, what are they checking out? What are they ranking highly? What are they finding out more about? So these are the shows and movies that people were most interested in and rated the highest. Okay, so you don't have to think about network ratings. You don't have to think about ticket sales. What were people searching and rating highly after they searched it? We'll start on the TV side.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're going to start on the TV side. I will give you a hint with the number one show. It is, I believe, now its 4th incarnation. I won't say season, because seasons of this show don't have anything to do with the previous season. Although we were told the most recent season did harken back to the first one. What is it, John Wallace?
True Detective.
Oh, very good. True Detective. Did you watch it? The Jodie Foster True Detective.
I did not watch it.
Did you watch any of the first 3?
I watched the first season, got about 3 episodes into the second, and said, this sucks.
The second season is unwatchable.
Awful. I heard Mahershala Ali was very good in season 3. I didn't see any of it.
It was good. The first season, I still say,
season is spectacular.
Is maybe the best 8-10 hours of television I've ever watched. Although my friend Paul, who is a writer and has a lot of knowledge in this area, explained to me that a lot of it is derivative of previous works.
And then he started rattling off authors that I've never. H.P. Lovecraft. He's like, oh, yeah, it was all, like, stolen. I'm like, really? Like, a lot of the ideas in the first season of True Detective. I kind of don't care because I've watched the entire thing twice. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Never seen it.
Never seen any True Detective.
No.
You need to see the first season.
You need to watch the
and
first
I've heard
season.
that. I know a lot of people speak exactly the way John did. Is that first season was special, and then you got into the second season, it was like, what a letdown.
Vince Vaughn and who's the other detective?
Colin Farrell?
Yes, Vince Vaughn. How can you go wrong with those two guys?
I don't know.
They did. They were awful.
I'm glad you brought up Colin Farrell, though, because he is another one of the top TV shows of the year. It is promoted incessantly. I haven't watched 1 second of it, but I think I might start.
That's a new one now, right? Didn't that one just come out?
Yeah, it's a bit of a, let's call it a spin-off. It is a spin-off character from a well-known franchise.
Penguin?
Well done, huh?
Yeah, I thought
Phil,
I haven't
well
seen
done.
I haven't seen that one either, but I heard Boss Man Fred talking that one up.
If you're just joining the show, John Wallach called Paul Perillo Phil once before the show.
I called him Phil this morning. I did.
And once during the show.
Yep.
We don't know why. There are a few other shows here, two of which I've never heard of. I'll just tell you what they are. The Boys.
Yeah, most of these I probably have not heard of.
Three Body Problem.
No.
Okay. Another top show is a series based on a Guy Ritchie film that I very much enjoyed. Takes the same premise, changes out some characters, but it is essentially the same thing.
Why don't you
Nobody?
just tell us what the movie is?
The Gentleman, and I highly recommend it. The Gentleman.
Okay.
Also making the top shows, Shogun.
Yeah.
House of the Dragon.
I haven't seen any of these.
House of the Dragon.
Fallout. Bridgerton.
Yeah.
My wife
and
watches that.
The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power.
Wow.
I don't know anything.
Lord of the Rings, of course.
All right, we're going to have more.
So the series, like The Bear, Perfect Couple, any of those that seem
Shrinking was supposed to be very good,
Shrinking
right?
is very funny. I haven't seen the second season
Why is it
yet.
Shrinking on that list?
I don't know what Shrinking is. What is Shrinking?
That's Harrison Ford. That's
Yeah.
Who's the other guy?
Jason Segel,
Thank you.
Harrison Ford, Krista Miller. They have
Jason Segel, another one of those guys. I wish he were as funny as he thinks he is. He'd be hysterical.
Yeah, you know who's hysterical on this show is Harrison Ford.
Okay, all right.
It's a really different kind of role for him.
Yeah,
but it's a good show. I watched the first season. The second season's out. I haven't seen it yet. Hoping it sort of maintained its momentum.
The Bear. You got to watch The Bear. It's they insist upon The Bear. You don't have to.
Okay,
it's fine.
3 seasons of that, right? The third season was not
Yeah.
anywhere near as good as the first 2.
I think I made it through the first 2. I don't think I've watched the third. I don't think I felt like I.
You
had
didn't
to.
like the Christmas scene in the second season?
So people sweat the Christmas episode. It's too manic. It's too stressful. I did not enjoy it. The one episode of The Bear that I really like that Fred also likes is I think it's called Forks, and it's the one
tremendous.
where
That's a tremendous episode.
Cousin goes and he learns at the hands.
I agree with Fred. That's a really good episode.
It's a great episode. I love that episode. The rest of the show is I understand its quality and its worth. I don't think you have to go home and watch it.
No, I would agree.
Okay. All right. Movies.
Oh, I got the movie I have. The number one movie I have.
Oh, why don't you want
I know,
Why don't you tell me what you think it is?
It's got to be Deadpool and Wolverine.
There you go.
Yeah.
Most popular
good at
movie
this.
according to IMDb. Did you see it?
I did not see it. No.
Yeah. Do you
I'm told
care?
it's another multiverse. I'm told it's another multiverse thing with many incarnations
Oh,
of each
Bird
guy.
did the Deadpool Wolverine review for us, didn't he?
Oddly enough, I learned nothing from that.
Poor Bird.
I hate the multiverse stuff. Hate the multiverse stuff. And I understand the creativity behind it. I'm not completely dismissing it as a function, but I think it results in lazy storytelling because there are no consequences. It's just the multiverse. It didn't really happen.
Right.
It was in another dimension. Don't worry about it.
But if it's done well, it's good to watch. Like, for instance, one of my kids and I went to Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, and that was really good. I mean, it's a cartoon movie, so you walk in there thinking one thing, and you walk out of like, oh, okay, that wasn't bad at all.
So we went and saw the new Venom movie last weekend. and the opening scene says something about that, like something crazy happens in like the opening 10 seconds. And I think Venom says, oh, enough of this multiverse crap. Let's get back to it. And they kind of like snap out of whatever they're doing.
Okay.
So I don't know if Venom is in a multiverse in one of these comics or books or stories or something, but the rest of Venom, no multiverse. Don't worry about it. It's not there. All right. Paul, big movie from 2024.
That's not my thing. Big movie from 1987. I'm your guy.
All right. Another sequel that has a lot to do with the original, but this time it was a musical.
Oh, that's Joker, right?
Why don't you give Paul a chance? My God.
All right. Would you have gotten that?
No.
Okay.
You didn't know that the new Joker was a musical?
No.
With Lady Gaga?
I didn't.
All right.
I have not. I'm not really all of those. The whole multiverse.
You want to go get a sandwich for the next 4 minutes then?
Well, no. So my thing, like, why do they? It's just like all the same stuff now. It's superheroes.
Yeah.
And CGI nonsense. Like this.
Because if it's already established, they know people are going to go see it because there's a built-in market for it.
Yep.
And the multiverse allows them to branch off and tell the same story in 9 different ways.
Yeah. I'm not interested in any of the 9.
No.
Spider-Man, No Way Home.
Hated it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you have all the Spider-Men who have been Spider-Man over the last 20 years get together for one movie.
Can't stand it.
See? You're like me.
All right. Another sequel. I'll tell you this. It was a reboot, the original, from an 80s sci-fi movie. One of the biggest movies of 2024 was a sequel to a movie that was, the original was a reboot from a 1984 sci-fi film.
I don't know.
I'm waiting for Paul.
Alien? Have something to do with Alien? Dune.
Oh, Hardy's obsessed
Dune Part
with
2.
Dune. Hardy loves Dune.
I do not.
I have not seen it at all.
I'm not obsessed with Dune. I'm obsessed with your first guess. What was your first guess?
What?
Alien.
That was me.
Oh, that was you.
That was me.
I know we look different.
Alien Romulus. Let me tell you something. If you're into the Alien franchise at all, and you especially like Prometheus, which I think is one of my favorite movies of the last 20 years, Alien Romulus, if you haven't seen it yet, you have to see it. And it takes place in the timeline. You've seen the original Alien, Paul?
Yeah, 100 years ago.
And you saw Aliens, the James Cameron one.
I'm not sure I saw that.
You didn't see, everyone saw Aliens.
Yeah,
everyone saw Titanic.
So
everyone saw Top Gun. Everyone saw Aliens.
Yeah, I did see Top Gun.
I know you did, and you don't tell me you didn't see Aliens. Don't tell me you didn't see Aliens.
I'm telling you, I didn't see it. So I did a segment on the midday show when I was filling in one day. You know, the Overdrive.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
Did.
That's high quality stuff.
I did Peril Overdrive, and this was the premise.
Peril Overdrive.
Correct. And this was the premise. Now John wouldn't have known who we were talking about because he was like, "Why is it Phil Peril? Like, what are we doing?" Anyway,
what was the premise of Peril Overdrive?
The premise was I feel like there is an insane amount of movies that quote unquote everybody has seen that I have not seen.
Give me another example.
You could basically rattle off an Arnold movie, and I probably haven't seen it.
Terminator.
You know,
Kindergarten Cop.
Yeah. Well, Kindergarten Cop I saw.
Predator.
Predator. No.
Never seen Predator.
You and Fred share that. Fred's never seen Predator either.
Predator's a legit movie.
I know.
You could go home and watch Predator today and enjoy it.
That this isn't about like those movies are overrated.
Scarface. I watch that anytime it comes on. Yeah, that and Predator.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. You know, and I feel like there's a lot of movies like that you put a group of 100 people in a room and no more than 5 hadn't seen the movies that I haven't seen. And I'm not proud of it.
You've seen
it.
I know you've seen Jaws.
Yeah. We could do. We got time. We could do something.
We asked Deuce when he was on the show once, what was the name of the first victim in the first movie? Do you know the answer?
Chrissy Watkins.
Oh, wow.
That's impressive.
Wow.
And this is what happens.
And so this is what happens.
Correct.
All right. Other movies on here. Another sequel came out 20 years after the first. I'm guessing this is a movie you did not see. Late 80s, Michael Keaton, Gina Davis, and one of the bald ones.
Earth Girls Are Easy? No. Gina Davis.
Yeah, you've never seen Predator, but you come up with Earth Girls Are Easy.
I didn't see that either.
No, Beetlejuice.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see the first one?
No, I didn't.
What the hell?
I don't know why.
You have to go out of your way not to see some of these movies.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
All
I don't
right.
know why. If it was like a high school, like silly high school movie, I saw it.
All the John Hughes movies?
Oh, yeah, 16 Candles.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, you've seen all those.
That's my wheelhouse.
Finally, another sequel of a franchise that I tapped out on, mostly because the big comeback movie for this franchise featured a guy playing a guitar strapped to the top of a truck with flames coming out of the top of it in a world where gasoline was supposed to be rare. And I thought, why are they wasting gasoline on the flame-throwing guitar? Why do all of that? So what movie am I talking about, Wallach?
It's Mad Max. I don't know the incarnation, but
Correct.
it's a Mad Max movie.
Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. That was the third most popular movie, according to
Saw the first three, and that was the end.
You like the Mel Gibson.
I saw the original Mad Max,
And then you
I
said,
think I saw that too.
and then you saw Beyond Thunderdome.
that was I think the
not see
third
that.
one. That was with Tina Turner, right?
Yeah,
That was Thunderdome was Tina Turner.
That wasn't the second one. That was the third one.
I thought there
I
was
think
the
that was
second
the
one.
third one.
Okay.
Furiosa Mad Max saga.
Bert has reviewed pretty much all these movies, and like you said,
like
I
I was
don't
there.
remember anything he said about them because we learned nothing about any of them. All right, good times. Cedric Maxwell will join us next here as Paul Perillo fills in today for the not vacationing, just scheduled off day for Fred Toucher here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Once again, this is Toucher and Hardy, and this hour brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
Barry Manilow or something like that when you bring me in. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Cedric Maxwell joins us now here on Toucher and Hardy. Without Fred, the Paul Perillo is here, and then Cedric, of course, is the Celtics color analyst. The 98.5, the Sports Up Celtics radio network. Cedric is brought to you by East Coast Metal Roofing, and he joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Now, this is maybe Barry's finest work. Wouldn't you agree, Max? I can't hear Max. I don't know what happened to Max.
That's a good question. We are efforting him.
Oh.
He's on screen.
I can answer for you, Hardy. This is a rock solid Barry Manilow selection.
Without question.
I think this is Max's
rookie. Here I am.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
It's Max's rookie year, I think, when this came out.
Max, did you at least hear the dulcet tones of Barry Manilow and his hit song "Looks Like We Made It"?
I did not hear it then. I was trying to hear it. I was muted. I'm old, so for me to get up and hear music in the morning, it kind of gets me.
Well, I think the world would be better served if we all got up and listened to this song first thing in the morning. I mean,
Barry Manilow, Neil Sedakis. Those were great. But James Taylor, play some James Taylor next time I come on.
All right, we can mix it up and we go to James Taylor.
Now you're not going to get me with Fire and Rain. Oh no. Not going to get me this time. I will definitely be ready.
All right, Max, thanks for joining us here. Paul Perillo, as I said, is in for Fred, so there won't be any awkward questions about your broadcast partner.
There might also be three of us involved in the interview instead of two as a result of that.
Wow. Wow, that was Johnny Wallach, folks, if you didn't know who it was. Okay.
So I will give you one awkward comment about your broadcast partner. He and I went to college together at BU, and we teamed up on the same intramural floor hockey team.
Wow. Whoa! That must have been a blast because he is as intense as he can be.
I think you know that,
dude. We're not playing. You're not playing to go to the pros, okay?
He does
annoying. Not like to lose.
He was so annoying. He'd try to set up a neutral zone trap and all kinds of nonsense. We're just trying to drink and play the game, Sean. Let's just play.
Oh man,
I can't imagine you've played a lot of floor hockey, Max. That doesn't seem like a sport that you would be interested in playing.
No, that did not happen down south. We weren't playing field hockey. We weren't playing floor hockey. None of that kind of stuff.
No. So let me ask you first and foremost, when it comes to the Celtics, watching Peyton Pritchard, because we've had Fred and I have had some arguments about him, and John and I are both fully on board. I mean, as far as sixth man of the year, he'd be running away with it right now. But in terms of his contributions, you and I talked about this earlier this season. I said, I think one of his assets right now is he'll get that open shot. He'll make a three. He'll make a buzzer beater. We've all seen those. But he'll also drive the lane. He'll get inside. And I don't think teams expect it. They're like, who's this little dude running in here and scoring on us? At what point do they start to key in on him and maybe he becomes a little less effective? Because I'm not saying they're ignoring him, but he's still a bit of a surprise element, I think,
I don't think you should be surprised, but at the same time, maybe you are. But because you start looking at all the other players, you can't account for everybody on the Boston Celtics. You think about it. You have Brown, you have Tatum, you have Holiday, you have White, you have Porzingis. You can't, somebody's going to get a shot. And he's been able to get in opportunities where he gets shots, wide open looks. The Celtics swing the ball so well that I don't think that you can guard them from the paint if they're moving the ball. And Pritchard, the thing you said he's really doing a lot better is attacking the rim.
Yep.
At 6'1" to go into the rim at guys who are, 7 feet tall. Pritchard has an excellent opportunity to do that. I talked to Brown and Tatum, and this over the year, and they said one guy that wants to play them one-on-one every day after practice is Peyton Pritchard. So that's how he gets better. He plays the best, he challenges the best, and he gets better.
How disappointed was the team, Max, do you think, in the result of the in-season tournament here?
I think they're probably disappointed, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna speak for John Wallach here. It probably was maybe the best thing to happen because this team probably needed some rest. Tatum the other day looked really tired. I talked to him, and he said, "Yeah, I was tired." Joe Mazzulla gave him a day off. He also gave another day off to Drew Holiday. You got to realize those two guys, along with White, have been playing all year long. The Olympics, late in the season to win a championship. So now you're going to be forced to get days off. The last game we play tomorrow, Saturday, and then they don't play again until Thursday. And then they don't play again until Saturday in Washington. So it's about 2 games in about 10 days. So I think they're going to get a added bonus when it comes to just getting some rest.
Max, one of the guys just came back is Porzingis, and I don't know what you were expecting, and maybe I don't watch closely enough, but I've been surprised just how good he's been so quickly, especially offensively. What was your take on his return?
Shooters, that's the easiest thing in the world to do. The last thing that goes when you play NBA basketball is your shot when you get to be older. Porzingis is a shooter, and what he does, he also attacks the rim on the inside. The Celtics, what they do so well is that when he sets a pick, he goes down in the post. He has a guy who is near the sacks right now. We'll just say the sack area. And he's just shooting over this guy so easy. So the Celtics do that so well with him, and he continues to be in the flow. The thing that he loves to do, Jaylen Brown, man, this is what I think is the difference. He makes Jaylen Brown smile. When we see Jaylen Brown out there playing and running up and down the floor and smiling when he's passing the Porzingis or talking to Porzingis, not saying he doesn't like Bryant, doesn't say he doesn't like Tatum or White, but he gets more excited about his good buddy coming back playing. So that's another addition that Porzingis brings to the table.
I'm watching the Celtics beat teams, Max, and it doesn't matter who's out there. I mean, you sit Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday, fine. You sit they sat 4 guys the other day and almost beat Cleveland. Are we at a point now that the Celtics are so good that they can sit 2 or 3 guys on any given day and beat most teams?
Yes, I think we're there. If you look at this team overall, Joe Mazzulla said this team is only getting better. And I think they are, especially when you're talking about their offense. You have an opportunity to do something that most teams can't do. Sit their star players and then seem like you don't miss a beat. I mean, when Tatum was out, Brown took over the game. When Brown's out, Tatum takes over the game, or vice versa, or somebody's able to step up. So when you're able to rest guys throughout the year, but not lose any momentum or not have your team take a lull, I think that's a great thing for this team.
I wanted to follow up on Cleveland. We saw them get off to a really good start a couple of years ago and then kind of falter. They're still there. We're more than a quarter of a way into the season. You saw them earlier this week. Do you think they're going to be there at the end now that you've got a pretty good sample size?
I think they will be. I mean, because Donovan Mitchell plays so well. Their bigs, Mobley is really good on the inside. Garland has become more consistent. They've gotten a little bit more bench play. I think that they feel a lot more comfortable about their coach this year. So, I think that they have an opportunity to make some noise. I don't believe they're as good as the Celtics are right now. I think Celtics are still far and away the best team in the league. But, I still think that Cleveland has an opportunity to get better. And I think it would be very competitive if that was the series at the end of the day.
One of the things, going back to Porzingis here for a second, because we were talking about his obvious attributes offensively and what he does for the team. But another thing I had mentioned to you last week or the week before, Max, was about defense. I said, he's not known as a defensive specialist, but hearing you and watching him, I get it now because it creates a different look for teams coming down the floor. Whether or not he is a guy that you're worried about sneaking up and blocking a shot like Al Horford does, it's not necessarily that. It's just his mere presence out there causes problems for opposing offenses that you don't have. You just don't have it when you don't have that 7'4" guy out there on the court for you.
essentially like having a giraffe in the middle of the road. Do you see that giraffe? Only one we wouldn't see it would be your wife saying, "Damn it, you see that giraffe, John Wallach?" But this is what this guy is. He's a unicorn. He's so tall. He's so big. He doesn't have to block his shot. His mere presence makes people change their shot opportunities.
Yes.
We're talking about a guy, if he puts his hands straight up, essentially he's like Taco. When you put his hands straight up, probably could touch the rim without even jumping. So he's going to already be in a situation where he creates havoc defensively. And I'm absolutely loving it. Only thing I'm loving better right now is watching the Lakers flame up. That's the only thing. Blow the hell up. Jesus. It's just wonderful to see.
What do you think the main problem is out there? I mean, obviously the idea of LeBron playing so many games, probably not great. How big is the coaching issue out there right now?
I don't think it's the coaching issue. I think it's a combination. I think one is not LeBron as much as it seems to be Anthony Davis. Because when Anthony Davis is playing well, and being forceful, the Lakers have played well. I think in the Miami game, the last game, I think he took 8 shots, something crazy like that. So, I listened to a post game with James Worthy. And James Worthy, their former player, whatever he is, I don't even know. But
your favorite.
Yeah, one of my faves. But he was on the post game show. He said, and he was talking about them being in Miami. And how their next game was in Atlanta. It might be tonight. He said, they played so poorly. He said, they have to go to White Castles, get some burgers, get on the bus, and have to go from Miami to Atlanta on a bus. I was just dying because it's just really, they're imploding in front of us as good as I think they might be. And then you're talking about the biggest thing you're not going to beat Father Time. LeBron James has done a great job. But you start to see him slow down. You don't see the chase down blocks. A lot of things he can't do as well as he did before because he's going to be 40 years old. And there's never been a 40-year-old man in the NBA that has dominated the sport. Tom Brady might be as close as we've seen when it comes to football at his age. But LeBron right now, basketball is a much faster game. And quarterbacks where Brady was at, have to sit around and pass the football. In basketball, you have to play the complete floor. And I think LeBron James is slowing down a bit. And if he's the main focal point of that team and the way that team is built, and now you have a son that's gone down to the G League, man, it can't be no more Hollywood than that out there.
No. Well, you mentioned Miami, Max. What do you think when you see Tyler Hero continuing to play the way that he has here recently? He's just one of those players I never wanted to do well. When he does do well, it pains me to see it.
He has what I like. He has an air and cockiness about him. Yeah. I mean, Peyton Pritchard has an air and cockiness about him right now when he walks on the floor, that he feels like he's one of the best guys out there. When those guys are playing for your team, oh man, you love it. But when they're playing for an opposing team, you get a chance that you just kind of hate them. But he's played really well. He's shooting the ball. And the game now is about shooting threes. I was talking to somebody recently. I said, everybody I know, except Larry Bird, during the time I played, would have to change their game to fit in the new NBA. Larry Bird, the game right now is tailor-made for how he played. He was a passer. He had the three-point shot. He ran the floor. The court was open. Myself, Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale would have to change our games because you have to have the three in your pocket if you're going to be effective.
Yeah, at the end of his career, McHale started shooting threes, and it looked weird.
It was like a set shot. I remember. Max, did you ever take a three?
And you know what? That hurt me when you said that. Yeah, I did. I attempted 7 or 8, but there was those flings from half court or something like that. But I made one for my entire career. Okay. And I was at a
I was way
thing
off.
I was at a thing last night and an event, and somebody asked me the same thing. Did you make a 3? I said, yeah. And the guy went back and fact-checked me, and he said, no, you never made a 3. I said, no, I know I made one. So, yeah, I did make one. I think I was 1 for 17 or something
1 for
like
19.
That.
I'm looking at it.
Oh, my God. Okay, that's more than 7 or 8. 19.
19, and it was during the 83-84 season, championship season.
These were fling ups, John. They weren't like I was. I mean, I think that I came down and I took maybe 3 on the floor running and getting to my spot. I like to shoot the ball from the corner, but the other ones were just, the clock was running out and I was at half court and I had to heave it up.
Hey,
we had a bet that year who's going to have the longest shot. And I threw one from about 3/4 shot, almost went in, and then we took a bet. Well, of course, you know who ended up winning. Stinking Larry Bird won the fourth grade.
Yeah.
Why was it your spot, Max? It sounds like you didn't make any from over there. I mean,
the corner, I did like shooting in the corners like that. And I shot a lot of them like in practice, and that was my favorite spot on the left, right-hand side. I love that corner for whatever reason.
All right, just suit your eye. All right. Max, always good to talk to you. Appreciate you taking the time. And James Taylor, we'll have it ready for you next week.
Oh, fire and rain, yes.
Okay.
You got a friend. I'll just go down the list, man. That's my guy.
Yeah.
Do you know him?
Everyone had that on their big.
I actually met him a couple of times. He sang at the finals. I think when the Celtics won the last time with Paul Pierce. And I tried to talk to him, but they were trying to rush him out. So I don't know him, but I did get a chance to meet him.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, we'll have it ready for you next week. Cedric Maxwell, always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, buddies. Y'all have a good one.
See you, Max.
Thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
There we go. There's Cedric Maxwell.
Of all the things, you could have put 50 artists in front of me before I would have gotten to James Taylor.
Or
with
Barry
Max.
Manilow.
Or Barry Manilow.
But that's not ironic. He's a big fan of Barry Manilow.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, he wasn't kidding.
I like Barry Manilow.
I don't know what we brought him in with, what music. It was something that
I can't remember now. It was like a hip hop song, and Max was like, "I've never heard of that," and he was like, "That was garbage."
Yeah, he said it was like straight up garbage.
Yeah.
Or we played something from, I don't know, we tried to play something from the year that he was, finals MVP, and he's like, "That's trash. Get that off the radio." I'm like, okay, all right, what do you want? Barry Manilow. And now James Taylor. So we'll have
the
their
terms of
next week.
endearment, theme music. That's what I think of when I think of the '84 finals.
Terms of endearment. The fire alarm is going off here. Are we gonna have to evacuate?
I've texted some people and haven't really heard much. So
I would say the response time would be a lot quicker if there was inherent danger, don't you?
The strobe lights are concerning. Anytime someone stops talking for a moment, I can hear it even through the soundproofing. But all right, so maybe we'll be here. Either way, John Wallach will give us the headlines as we continue here on Toucher and Hardy with Paul Perillo in this morning on 98.5 The Sports Hub. This hour of Toucher and Hardy is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Fred out today. Paul Perillo is in. Or Phil, as John called him twice. Not sure why. And there's the Phil Perry thing, but it's not much of an explanation.
Sitting in the same chair. Maybe that's
it. Wow. We have Albert Breer on with us for an hour. And while we're all here scratching our heads as to why Bill Belichick would be considered as a head coach at North Carolina, and I can talk myself much easier into why Bill would consider it. He wants a job. He wants to coach football. I mean, if Bill wanted to go coach Navy, which somebody brought up, like, go do that. You love Navy. You don't even have to win. They're going to love you. Go coach high school. Be a great story. Be like, welcome to Mooseport. And Gene Hackman, you're going from president to mayor.
Turned down a chance to coach at, Nantucket. Nantucket wanted him.
Nantucket wanted him. He could have been, but I get him not going and being an assistant in San Francisco. That I understand. But, leading a program somewhere, any program, I get it from Bill's perspective. I couldn't wrap my head around North Carolina would want it. And then the same thing happened to me that happened to you, Paul. Bert gave us a couple of reasons why it might actually make some sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just look at the blueprint of Colorado. And Bert is right. Colorado was at the depth. They were arguably the worst program in the power, whatever you want to call it, 4 now, I guess. And now, not that they're a great team, but they're, front and center on SportsCenter all the time, that they're in the public consciousness, and that's all Dion.
And that's all going to disappear the second Dion leaves.
It is, but what was going to happen if they just hired a regular schmo?
No, I understand why they hired Dion, but, I mean, Bert's point when we had him on was, even if Belichick goes there, North Carolina has nothing to lose. It's still going to be desirable after Bill leaves. And my point back, because we ran out of time, my point back to him would be, what happens to Colorado when Dion takes off, or Florida State, or somewhere else?
Yeah.
They're going to go right back
Colorado's
to a 1-11 team.
probably going to slip back down, but at least you had a couple of years that you were in the spotlight and you were relevant. And I think that's what North Carolina, I think, is at a higher level than Colorado was when Dion went there. But I think you had the numbers that they've won double-digit games once.
Since 1997.
Yeah, so that's a long time to just they're good. North Carolina's been good, but never great.
The thing that I still can't get past, though, is the notion that he's not going to be there for very long. And I understand, as Bert said, that, yeah, if Dion were to leave right now, Colorado would be fine because of everything he's done for the program. If Bill were to go to North Carolina and he were to elevate that program and get them, more on the radar and get kids excited about going there and make them more of a national interest, they'd be fine with him leaving after a couple of years. If it all worked out, maybe. But still, from the outset, from a baseline starting point of we need a coach, there's a reason why sought-after head coaches at big programs don't go in and sign 3-year contracts.
They just let go of a coach that's that age. Mac Brown is in his 70s. I mean, that's...
And when they go for their next guy, they want to find the guy, and what term deal do they want to ink him to?
Long,
right? 10 years, get in here and be here and establish a culture and a program, and you're not leaving. And Bert brought up John Gruden earlier, where Gruden has been waiting for the right job and he's been picking and choosing. Well, Gruden can afford to do that because he's only 61. Gruden can go somewhere right now, whether it be to an NFL program or a college program, and he can sign a 10-year deal and legitimately look those people in the eye and say, yeah, I'll be here for 10 years. Belichick can't do that. Belichick doesn't want to do that, especially if it's at North Carolina, where the first NFL job that opens up that he wants is going to be one that he goes to take. So he's not looking at anything long-term by virtue of his age or by what he really wants. You can't tell me that Belichick, what he wants is to coach North Carolina for the next 10 years, even if he could.
It's going to be high comedy. I mean, him dealing with boosters, him dealing with recruits who where's my Bentley? Where's it?
Just give him his money, all right? Like,
Look,
did you get the check?
I don't know how this stuff works. Just pay him. Pay him whatever he wants.
So here's my question, and everybody sort of assumes that if he does get an NFL job, the band is going to stay together. Josh will go with him, Patricia will go with him, maybe even Joe Judge will go with him. Does that happen if he gets the North Carolina job?
Why not? All of those guys except for Judge are out of a job, and Judge has a phony job at Ole Miss.
Right.
So yeah, why not? All of them would leave at a moment's notice.
About Judge, this is my random stream of consciousness. Sorry, Hardy. The UMass job, he was supposedly one of the finalists for that, and kind of pulled himself out. I don't know. Josh McDaniels, to me, I would go back to I would go to college, and I think he can have a great career, being an offensive coordinator or a head coach at the college level.
There's a lot worse places to go than North Carolina. It's a good campus, nice town.
It's beautiful. I was there in last February.
My mom's up from there right now. She lives in Durham. And that's great. That's wonderful. That's a nice place to be. I get it as to why they would want it. I still am not convinced. Bert did a pretty good job of making me think about it, but I'm not convinced it's what they want. And I think it is going to shake out that way.
It's fun to talk about. I don't think it's going to happen.
No. But it's look, they're talking. It's a thing. It's an actual thing, not one of these made-up things that you accuse us of doing. You over on
Lieutenant Weinberg.
No, you and your ilk over there on the Patriots.com accuse us of making things up.
Oh, I don't think I'm part of that.
Well, it's been mentioned.
They're all called my shows.
Yeah, I know. Any show that you're on. This is now
Fred
your show.
calls them all my shows.
Yeah, Felger and Maz, that's your show.
Right.
The Patriots pregame here on the Sports Hub, that's your show.
I'm not responsible for everything that gets said on the Sports Hub.
Hey, we got a giveaway here. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Let's give you the gift of travel this holiday season. Caller 10 to the contest line, 617-931-0985. Gets a $100 Visa gift card for your holiday events and travels without worrying about the price of gas. Go to the contest page at 985thesportshub.com for another chance to win, but be caller 10 right now. Once again, to the contest line, 617-931-0985 for that $100 Visa gift card from Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Kendra Middleton will join us next here on Toucher and Hardy on 98.5.
home of the pass. 98.5. Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Well, the Celtics had last night off, but they will continue a very busy stretch with a home game against Milwaukee tonight. Drew Holiday is back for the Celtics, but Jason Tatum, Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford are all questionable. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Multiple outlets are now reporting that former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick has spoken multiple times to the University of North Carolina about their head coaching job. The school just fired Mac Brown last week. On Thursday Night Football, Detroit won their 11th straight game last night, 34-31 over Green Bay. And the day after losing to the Bruins, the Chicago Blackhawks fired head coach Luke Richardson yesterday. The Bruins play their next game at home tomorrow against Philadelphia. Sports Hub headlines are driven by the Albrecht Auto Group, Zoe's Auto Dealer. Get respect at Albrecht with 7 locations and thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles. Get the right vehicle at the right price now at albrechtauto.com. I'm John Wallach of Boston Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportshub.com.
Is elongating.
Weekday morning.
Here goes Hardy.
Toucher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Let's roll the dice.
Sports Hub.
It is Toucher and Hardy. Fred is out today, but Paul Perillo is here. This hour of Toucher and Hardy is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. So, Adam 12 also out today sick, which means Ryan Beaton is in. But other people have made their timely weekly appearances. Earlier we had Albert Breer. We had Cedric Maxwell. And now, because it's Friday, we have Kendra Middleton. And Kendra is brought to us by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Look at you with the FanDuel and the DraftKings at the same time.
Now,
What
if
a
I were
perfect
Fred, I'd be
marriage.
like, you see how I separated the two?
Yeah.
And
So-
hold on, I'm doing my Fred imitation.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
There you go.
It was good.
We have
You
Jazz
just
Wallet, and
do
now
it,
we have
and you don't draw attention to it. You just do it. You know, you
Well,
just
that's
do
why
it.
you're a true pro.
Thank you.
So you're sitting in Fred's spot over there. How are you settling in?
I cleaned this microphone during the break, and there is still stuff caked on it. I'm trying not to get too close to it. It was literally, if you're watching this on YouTube, it was caked around where the microphone connects to the stand.
Yeah, well, because he's now eating his overnight oats.
Oh, yeah.
First thing in the morning. Have you noticed this, Wallach, by the way? Have you noticed what I do every morning? Because he comes in here at like 2 minutes of 6 with his overnight oats on a plate.
Yes.
And he starts slurping them.
Yeah.
It's this. I can't take
He'll
it.
bring it in while you were in the meeting today. He'll bring that in, put the plate right on the table, and just eat away as we're doing our thing.
And it's better than when he was on his fruit cocktail kick for a while, because the slurping and the wetness of the fruit was horrific. The overnight oats are not much better, but he'll sit right where you are, and he'll eat the overnight oats. I put my headphones on and listen to the commercials at the end of Ben Maller. Rather,
I hadn't noticed that.
yeah,
Is that right?
just pick up on it on Monday.
Okay.
Because I guarantee it'll happen. I can't stand listening to it, but the overnight oats get spit out of his mouth and onto the microphone.
Do you like overnight oats? I think that I can't get over the texture and the fact that they're cold at the same time.
I'm not a fan.
No, me either. I think
No.
they're so gross.
I've had them. Let's say it was instituted in our household for a while as a thing. Here, have some overnight oats, and I did because, I'm grateful for anyone preparing food for me. But after a while, I stopped eating them.
You have a lot of issues to work through on the show, huh?
What, with Fred?
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
You, John, and Fred. Yeah.
No.
I think you should have an intervention.
That's gross.
No, we just worked through it.
Oh, okay.
I get a chance to get
That's
it.
what just happened right there.
That's good.
disgusting.
That's good. That's, again, true
We got
pros.
it out in the open. We dealt with it, and we move on.
True pros.
Civil discourse, baby. You love to see it.
Kendra is wearing a hat today. Could you tilt your head down for me, please? And I'll read it. The Magic Mushroom Gallery, Amsterdam. Oh, you went there and took your...
it's a subtle flex is what that is.
Yeah, no, you went there and took your marijuana pot dope mushrooms while you're
Yeah.
in Amsterdam.
Well, actually, I think I told you about this hat. This was the place that refused to sell us anything because we had been enjoying some devil's lettuce. So I bought this as a joke. But yeah, it just matched my outfit, to be honest.
So if you go into, what are they called? Hash bars, or what are they called?
Coffee shops.
Coffee shops.
Yeah.
All right. I only know from Pulp Fiction. I've never been to Amsterdam.
You haven't? If you do, be careful for the bikes. They will run you over.
Okay. Important safety tip.
Yes.
But going into a bar, thanks, Egon. Going into a bar, you're not supposed to be served if you're drunk. Going into a coffee shop to try and, what were you trying to buy?
I was trying to buy, they call them truffles. We were going to a show. I think I talked about this, but we were going to a show. I was trying to buy.
Yeah, but Paul didn't hear it.
Yeah, so I went to Amsterdam a couple
How do you
weeks
know
ago.
I didn't hear it the first time?
Did
Yeah.
you?
Rude.
Yeah.
Did you?
No.
Okay.
I was over in England for the NFL, hopped over to Amsterdam to meet some of my friends, went to a coffee shop.
She hopped over to Amsterdam.
Yeah, just casually. It just changes things up. You know what? Let's take a 24-hour jaunt to Amsterdam.
Well, it was only a 2.5-hour train ride.
Of course it was.
So, yeah, it's not bad, right? That's not bad. Thank you. Went over there, had a joint. The guy asked if we'd done anything that day, said we had obviously had a joint. That's like the casual thing there. He was like, well, I can't sell you mushrooms, but I'll give you Molly or acid if you want. And we were like, we're all set with that. I don't know how you make the jump from...
Yeah,
we had
please,
some
try some
natural
Molly. Yeah.
Yeah, some natural substance to another natural substance, but we'll give you something synthetic. That sounds right.
Oh, I don't like the
Not
idea
creepy
of
at
that
all.
There's
LSD
Yeah,
in the
so
corner.
we were like, we're all set. We're gonna leave. That felt like the right thing to do in that situation.
So did you end up going back the next day?
We went to a different spot and they sold us mushrooms instead, and we went to see Very Can't Swim at Paradiso, and it was great.
But you're all hopped up on your goofballs. How could you truly enjoy the show if you were altered?
Well, we talked about the lady that I accidentally wound up dancing with against my will, if you remember.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
there was a heavy-breasted woman who insisted on real heavy in the hand type of a very weighty, girthy Amsterdam woman who rested her breasts on Kendra's shoulders.
Pinned her down that way.
Well, didn't
It was
pin
an
her down.
experience.
Pinned.
We were just in a crowd and she had nowhere else to put them, so I guess I looked like a nice place to rest.
Nowhere else to put them.
I wasn't aware that they had to be put anywhere.
Correct.
Well, I mean, if you're hunched over in a crowd, you gotta do something with it, I guess.
Did you turn around and say, you don't mind, do you?
Well, I was laughing so hard, obviously, with the nature of what was going on with me. I was just standing there, like, sobbing, laughing. I did not know what to do.
I like breast.
So, thank you. Where else have you been? I feel like I haven't seen you in like 3 weeks.
I'm actually home for all of December. I was in DC for a weekend 2 weeks ago, but I'm home. I don't think I have to go to London this month, so I'm manifesting that I'm here for all of December, and then in
Why would you have to go to London?
Formula One.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the season ends this week, and then probably
Dumbass. Season ends this week.
some prep for next
What
year.
is you, ignorant?
But yeah, so I think I'm here all of December. I was just in DC. I'm not going anywhere until January.
All right. Was there any thought in your mind to go into the Formula One in Las Vegas?
Because I was working, no. They've just opened that location in DC, and they hadn't had someone to host their races, so I went down there and hosted.
Okay.
But I will be probably hosting the Vegas race in Vegas next year because they're opening a location there.
So they've done 2 out there now. What have you heard about the fan experience and the overall vibe of because the only thing I can tell you about it was my son and I were out there 2 summers ago, and it was absolute misery getting around anywhere on the strip in the months leading up to it because of all the paving and construction they had to do for it.
Yeah, I think the locals hate it, and the drivers don't love the track. Have you guys seen the Simpsons movie?
Yes.
You know Spider Pig?
Yes.
The track is shaped just like upside down spider pig, and I'm not kidding about that. There's a lot of memes about it, but the drivers don't love the track. They don't love the experience, and they hate, I guess, that it constantly smells like weed everywhere. But the fans obviously love it because it's just a giant party all the time.
It smells like weed everywhere.
Yeah.
While they're driving, they're bothered by the smell of weed?
Yeah, it was like a huge thing this year. Everyone was talking. All the
You're
drivers.
doing 200 and you can still smell it?
All the drivers were talking about how bad it smelled like weed around the track.
Wow.
So that one backstretch, which I guess would be the top part of Upside Down Spider Pig.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just envisioning it in my mind.
So that's like the big straight.
Is that a faster straight than other Formula One tracks, or is that pretty standard?
I would say it's pretty standard. It's a shorter track in Vegas. There are some longer tracks on like the European leg where they have longer tracks, but yeah, I don't think it's their favorite. I think there's only 2 DRS zones too, if I'm not mistaken. So
what?
Drag resistance. So you can, there's like a little flap on the back of the car basically where if you're within 1 second of the person in front of you, you can use what's called DRS to try and get in front of them.
It's like you two don't know anything about Formula One at all.
Yeah. I don't know how we got on this conversation.
Seriously. Like you're asking the most basic question.
Because
I know nothing about
You're going to take it back to Fred and play know-it-all, though. You watch.
I hope so.
Yeah. The guy that you're always telling us to bet, he ended up winning the season-long series.
Verstappen,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he did.
Even though he finished, what, 4th in Las Vegas?
Yeah, so it's a point system, and basically he had a really good start to the season. Nobody could catch him, but the big thing this weekend is there's 2 teams left in the so there's a drivers' championship and a constructors' championship. So there's a best driver, and then there's a best team because there's 20
Multiple
drivers,
cars.
2 teams. Yeah. So it's coming down to this weekend between Ferrari and McLaren. But if you got in on my Ferrari bet earlier in the season, we had everybody cash out last week on our show. Got 10-1 odds, cashed out at 14-1. So good get for the F1 gamblers.
No.
Don't you usually
I have made
use Kendra's advice?
For the most part, I do. Every once in a while, when I vehemently disagree, I'll go against. But for the most part, I have bet with Kendra and her thing. I think I tried to bet the Formula One, and I didn't know where it was on my app. So
That's okay.
I gave up.
It's one of those things. It's like Dan and his Korean soccer. It's just one of those things where if you follow it a lot, it's easy to make money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody really likes, and we'll get into all the NFL stuff here in a moment with Kendra, but someone told me to get money down a couple of days ago on Sahith Theegala for this weekend for the PGA.
Okay.
Had you heard anything about that? Was he a
No.
favorite going in?
What was the reason?
I don't know. They liked him this weekend.
I can look up the odds during the break, but I don't know. I don't
know. I don't pay attention until Hawaii.
I was going to say, if you don't know, then it's
Hawaii.
Not, it's
no,
not
January
known.
is when I pay attention, and the Hawaiian swing, and that's when the season starts
Is
for
that
me.
like January-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I start.
That's when I like to watch golf because it makes me feel better.
Yeah.
When it's miserable outside.
Yeah,
You're not alone.
I was just going to say I don't start paying attention to golf until it's starting to be golf weather because then I feel a little bit better about it. I'm just miserable if I'm watching people in nice weather golf. Like, that's not fun for me. I'm miserable. It's like 30 degrees outside. And I have a dog who wants to do 7 miles a day.
Are you proud of me for taking and cashing on that Christian Gonzalez interceptions over 1.5?
I'm always proud of you, Hardy.
Minus money?
Plus
money,
thing I
excuse me.
thought of last week when he made that pick.
Yeah.
And then they were going to go to replay, and I was like, oh, poor Hardy.
And I forgot what the odds were and stuff. I mean, I'll just tell you, I had 100 on it, and I think I cashed out 216 on the bet.
There you go.
Because he got 2 picks the entire year.
Yeah.
I still can't believe it was a bet.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a good get by you.
Yeah,
Well,
why
if he ends
not?
up- if he ends up with 2 picks, I mean, there's only 4 games left. If he ends up with 2 picks, why? That was a bet. That was a good number.
I think it was my buddy Pete who told me about it. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. And then I looked at it and I immediately bet it. So it took a minute, but it
Well,
got
that's why
there.
you're a sharp.
I'm really not. I pretty much do what other people tell me to do. Anything else non-football related that you want to clue us in on for the upcoming days before we get to our NFL stuff?
Honestly, it's the last little bit of college football and NFL, so I'm really grinding this out. Once these college football playoffs start, it gets so much harder because there's so much film this time of year with the NFL, and college football is obviously kind of winding down. So once that gets as tough as it can be, that's when I'll start looking at the NBA and NHL.
All right, let's go around the NFL. We'll talk about some of the storylines from the week, what to look forward to for this weekend, and Kendra will chime in when appropriate for her, when she has an opinion. As the gamblers like to say, when they have an actual opinion on the game. that's when she'll let us know. And we'll do that next here on Toucher and Hardy with Paul Perillo and Kendra Middleton on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Aziz Al-Shair incident involving
Trevor Lawrence.
Thank you, Trevor Lawrence. How dare I forget the most important player in all of the NFL.
That is Goldilocks, baby.
Yeah, I know you love him. Yeah. Ramon Foster from the Pittsburgh Steelers weighing in on Mr. Al-Shair on his, I believe he has his own radio show, or he might even have a podcast. How do you get a podcast?
I don't know how he was able to swing that.
And as it comes down to the integrity of what the job is, my job is to see the tape, evaluate the tape, and move on how I proceed to evaluate the cases. So there is no involvement or emotions behind anything that goes on behind it.
What? What is he talking about?
That is a word salad. That's pretty impressive.
What the hell does any of that mean?
It means nothing.
Is it speaking for himself, or is he quoting somebody?
No, he's just a guy trying to sound smart.
I think he was talking about the Al-Shair, right? The guy that made the dirty hit.
All right, well, let's shoot it around the room. Was it dirty, Paul?
Yeah, it was dirty.
Very much.
Yeah, he has a history. If he didn't, I would maybe feel a little bit differently about it. But when you have a history of being a dirty player, there's no other way to look at it.
But the fallout of all of that is the high comedy that will happen in the next 4 weeks. Kendra Middleton, Jacksonville Jaguars fans, stuck with Mac Jones for the last month.
This is my personal hell. Truly, I am in hell.
So can I just say one slight thing? I think it was dirty, absolutely. But I think something needs to be done about the quarterbacks and slides and dancing near the sidelines and all that stuff. I don't know exactly what the solution is, but I don't know what defensive players are supposed to do.
Can I ask you your thoughts on the reaction from the Jags? Because there's been a lot of conversation surrounding that as well.
I liked that.
Me too.
I think you got to defend your quarterback.
We raised a bunch of money for Evan Engram's charity. I posted because it was My Cause, My Cleats. We posted it, raised a bunch of money for him. It was, that's the only way to do it. You got to rally behind your guys.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
All right, so Jaguars will be at the Titans on Sunday afternoon. Do you have an opinion on that game?
I don't. I just think it's going to be a game of who turns the ball over more. Will Levis will cough it up. Mac Jones will cough it up in the air, on the ground. Doesn't matter. I think it's going to be an absolute miss of a watch this week.
We had a call yesterday. Apparently the same guy had called into Felger and Maz, another one of your shows, Paul, the day before, saying that Drake May was essentially Will Levis. They were the same players.
Yeah, like the stats.
Statistically, and there are a couple of...
That was on your show.
Well, but the same guy had called into
okay.
Felgram as the day before and said the same thing. And statistically, completion percentage, touchdowns, interceptions. There are two glaring differences. One of them is quarterback rating, and the other one is the rushing yards that Drake May is able to pick up that Will Levis isn't. But I just give it the eyeball test. Who looks like an NFL quarterback?
That's what I would do. It's much more conventional. Although Levis has played a little bit better lately. But Kendra's right. He's a turnover machine, too. So
Drake May's way more athletic. You can't take that away from him.
Let's go to the Kansas City Chiefs. No one doubting what Patrick Mahomes can do, although they played a lot of close games this year. That's a good thing. Right, Patrick?
I think it keeps you motivated, which I think can be a good thing in the end. I think sometimes I look back on the year we lost in the Super Bowl, and we were very dominant throughout the regular season, and it's just kind of like you get in this point where you start coasting because you're winning games, you're just kind of doing the normal thing. Whereas if you look at us last year, even though it didn't go the way we wanted to, it felt like we just continued to work every single week, and we knew we had to get better, and we didn't let the details slip, and we ended up playing our best football at the end of the year. And so that's the hope, is that with all these close finishes, we're getting wins, but it's keeping us hungry so that we can try to continue to get better as the season goes on.
It's not easy being green.
How dare you, Ryan? How dare you?
I do have a play in this game, not to brag, but I'm 12-2 with player props this year. So we are going to go to the Ladd McConkey anytime touchdown.
All right, the Chiefs are home on Sunday night against the Chargers. What is the line on the game?
It is currently, the Chiefs are giving for -110.
But the Chargers never beat them, right? The Chiefs have won like 5 or 6 in a row, something like that?
Yeah,
and this is a player prop anyway.
Yeah, so we're going to go to Ladd McConkey anytime plus 165 this week. I think that is the play here.
That's not very sexy.
It's not very sexy, but he's really coming into his own, and he's their number one option at receiver.
All right, how about the notion that these close games are good for the Chiefs overall, Paul?
Oh, I think there's some validity to that. Now, I don't think they're playing great, so it's a difference between playing close games against bad teams and, being battle-tested in close games. Like the Baltimore game to start the season, that's a good that's a good test against a good team, and you win a close game. I think you benefit from that, but I don't think you get a lot from having to kick a walk-off field goal against the Carolina Panthers.
Well, so I was listening to a podcast this morning, and apparently in one-score games, if you flip them, they're the New York Giants. Same record.
Yeah. Now, I have a big thing about the one-score games because of the Patriots fans that insist on telling you, how close they are. First of all, last year at this time, the Patriots were 3-10, right?
Yes.
Same record.
Yes.
They had 10 one-score games last year at this time. Bad teams lose one-score games.
Right.
Like, it's hard to win one-score games. You need to be good to execute in the clutch. So I think that some of the stuff that... Now, listen, Kansas City's been really, really fortunate to win a lot of their games this year. But in general terms, I'm not surprised that the Giants, you could flip... Because Kansas City's good. They know how to win. And in general, they execute when the game's on the line. Last week against the Colts, who made the plays when the game was on the line?
Yeah. The Patriots got to call Northeast Men's Health, man. They got to finish.
Well, that took a turn.
How long have you been sitting on that?
30 seconds.
Okay. That sounded very planned.
But I'm very much of the belief that your record is an excellent indicator of what your team is. With exceptions here and there throughout the season, throughout the years, but in totality, no, that's
and
what you are. One score games or not.
I think you can have like a fluky loss or something that spirals you. Like I think the Hail
But
Mary.
there's almost always a fluky win to offset
No, but
that.
the Hail
fluky.
Mary Chicago loss in Washington, I think, set the course for what's happened since.
Okay.
And I think there's some validity to that. But you are what you are. If they were that good, they would have bounced back from that loss and been able to win some of these games.
All right, I'm glad you mentioned Chicago because we have Caleb Williams here talking about how he was doing with the absence of Matt Eberflus.
The human aspect of it, weighs on you a little bit, especially, this being my first year, this being my first head coach. So like I said, there's a human part of it, and then, the business side has to kick in and say, I understand it. I don't really have, control of it, but I have to roll with the punches, and I have to understand and move on and try and help this team win the best way that I can.
Bears are in San Francisco. Bears 3.5-point road dogs against the 49ers. Do they get the dead cat bounce as teams tend to get in situations like this?
They're really banged up.
They're really banged up,
Their
but San Francisco is really unimpressive.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dead cat bounce back with San Francisco.
Oh no, I'm talking about Chicago.
Oh, I messed up the games. That's my bad. When hosts aren't listening, it's what happens
fine.
when I read text
It's
in
fine.
the show.
So there's
I'll wear that one. That's my bad.
Don't worry about it. You're making me nervous here. Like I don't know.
No, the Niners. I think the
Niners.
Niners will.
My thing is that whenever you fire a coach, it's a get-up game for teams. That's the big thing. We watched the Saints go on a run this year. We watched, the Raiders last year. I just think that that's the difference. I think that the 49ers win this game, but I do think that the Bears are going to have some fight despite the injuries.
Is that an official opinion or not?
Yes.
Oh, so you're
Sounds like a stay away from game.
You got to the window.
I'm not getting to the window on this game. That's why I wouldn't get to the window on this game, is because I'm not getting got with a team firing their coach.
I think we need to define what opinion means. So you do not have an opinion. You don't want to bet it either way.
No, I have an opinion. I don't have a bet.
I'm confused.
See, to me, opinion is synonymous with bet.
No.
It's not?
No, because you can have a lean and not get to the window. That's still an opinion.
Huh. All right.
You can't think something's going to happen, but not strongly enough to put
In
money
the
on it?
betting parlance.
Yeah.
All right.
So you only walk halfway up, and then you turn around and go back.
I have an opinion. I'm not putting my money there because
Okay.
I think that this is a silly game to put your money on.
Okay. There it is.
Both these teams stink out loud.
Definitive opinion right
You putting
there.
money on this one, Hardy?
I'll bet the Bears in this one.
The Bears.
All right.
Everyone has an opinion on Aaron Rodgers. And he has an opinion on where he'd like to be and where he wants to stay based on home improvement projects.
I just redid my house here in Jersey, so my goal was to play a few more years here, but we'll see. I'd like to be healthy. I'd like to end on my feet, and then I'd like to play well. I'd like to feel like I'm wanted back. If not, that's, again, I will not be offended. I won't be upset. I'll be so thankful either way, whatever happens here. But, I got to be healthy mentally, physically, and then there's got to be interest on both sides. And if that's not the case, then I'll look at other options. But first, I'll think about whether I actually want to play or not. But it usually takes a good, month to get away from it. which I'll do the first month, and then see what happens.
The New York Jets are getting 5.5 points in Miami.
Have you guys seen the trailer for his new Netflix thing?
Yes.
You haven't seen it? You
haven't.
You have to watch it. It is so entertaining.
He is as self-absorbed as self-absorbed is.
Yeah, he's one of my least favorite players, really, of the last 20 years.
So I don't know if you've heard Fred go off on it, but he will list a soft 25 other quarterbacks right now who are starting this weekend or this week in the NFL who he feels are better than Aaron Rodgers because he cannot move anymore and he's making bad decisions and for a multitude of reasons. More importantly, though, he talks about where he would go next year. Who would take him next year? Who would take Aaron Rodgers on their team next year?
Whoever gets left out of the quarterback carousel.
I guess. I
Like
mean,
if you were the Raiders this year, right? They went into the season with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew.
If you're the Seahawks, maybe.
if you were in a Patriots-like situation where you made zero plan post Tom Brady and you needed a quarterback and you're looking at the likes of Cam Newton, you could take Aaron Rodgers, but it's
someone will be in that position with no quarterback.
Somebody will. I don't know that he's got much left to offer.
So I agree, and I largely agree with Fred's rants, and I know they come from a place of passion because he's such a Jets fan, but do you think there's any chance at all that he sort of is embarrassed by what happened this year and he rededicates himself professionally?
I don't think so.
Not a chance.
No chance.
Nope.
I think he's off to do ayahuasca.
Probably.
I think he look, as foolish as they might be and how much open to ridicule they are, I think he has enough other interests and he thinks he's got enough else going on to where the way it's gone down this season and with the disappointment and there, even with his ego, there's got to be some level of embarrassment and humiliation that he feels. He probably doesn't want to go through it again. Now, I know he wants to play. He probably wants to make the money. But would he be okay not playing again after this? Would he rededicate himself to make things any different? I don't think so.
Everyone else is always the problem. It's never him. That's why he won't rededicate himself. He thinks he's fine.
Justice for Robert Saleh.
I mean, it's a mess. It's a mess. That team is too good to be in this situation.
Any thoughts on Jets Miami this weekend?
Miami all the way. It's got to be Miami or nothing. The Jets are just too injured, and they don't have anything to care about anymore. There is no care left on that team. You look at teams like the Panthers, teams like the Raiders, teams like the Saints, even Jacksonville. After last week, Jacksonville, if I were gonna bet on that game, I'd bet on them just as like a good revenge spot. But that's the thing. The Jets have absolutely no cares left.
Finally, how do you feel about the Lions squeaking out wins on Thanksgiving and again last night in dramatic fashion, going for it on 4th and inches when you're already well within field goal range to burn off more clock and win the game?
I'd say my Lions Super Bowl future is looking pretty nice.
You okay? Do you need a minute?
Careful.
Hold on.
You might jinx it for him.
Hold on. Your NFC Championship future to get to the Super Bowl or Super Bowl winner future?
I have to get to the Super Bowl. I had the Ravens and the Lions to enter the season.
Okay. You don't have them as winning the Super Bowl, though. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Are you okay? Oh, okay.
Wow. Last year, I was actually okay with the notion that they got to the Super Bowl and lost because I didn't think they would be able to beat Kansas City. I thought just to make it to the Super Bowl would be great. If it's Kansas City again, I think they could beat Kansas City. If it's Buffalo, I'm less confident.
As I said, that's the Super Bowl everybody wants.
What's that?
Don't they play like in the next week or two?
They do have Buffalo, yeah. So will that change my opinion? Probably a little bit, one way or the other. I think if they were to make it this year, I would want them to. I would not be okay with them just making the Super Bowl and losing.
You want the rest of the line?
And I really believe I would have been last year.
You want the rest of the Lions schedule? They are Bills at Lions next week, Lions at Bears the week after, Lions at 49ers after that, and then they finish the season at home against the Vikings. That's a tough end of the schedule.
It's tough to get the number one seed.
It's no cupcakes.
Yeah. Even the 49ers by then, they might even just be playing spoiler.
Yeah, I mean, you probably should win the 49ers game. That looked a lot harder, say, a month ago. And
you should win the Vikings
And you should beat the Bears game. The Vikings at home. That could go
Sam
either way.
Darnold turned back into a pumpkin.
The division games are tough.
I know.
Need
It's
that
okay.
home field.
It's okay.
You need it.
It'd be nice. It'd
It's
be
the
nice.
same with
Brett.
Buffalo, though, because Buffalo's got to try to get the number 1 seed from Kansas City, and that's a tough schedule for them.
Fred's been there a lot. He'll tell you. Bert was on with us this morning. He was there last night. He said it's a cauldron. It's an absolute pressure
Oh, it's a
cooker,
great
that-
place to watch a
at
game.
Ford Field. So, yeah, it'd be a huge advantage for Detroit. All right, Kendra, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, I got the Falcons to cover 6 points this weekend. We're also going Brock Bowers plus 160, Pat Fryermuth plus 300. Big play this week. And then we're going to go Oregon to cover 3.5.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
I like that.
And don't forget the show tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm on tomorrow morning with Dan. We'll get all our bets on there in the morning.
Fred always asks where people can follow you, but I think they already do. But go ahead and tell them anyway.
I am on X, which I guess is what you have to call it now, according to all the nerds. So I'm over there at Kenny with an I Middleton. Everywhere else, I am at Kendra Middleton. I'm over on Blue Sky now, so follow me over there.
You on Blue Sky, Paul?
No.
Are you on Twitter still?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Well,
post
X.
Do you post anything?
A little less than normal.
Just the work required stuff.
Staying healthy.
Okay, there you go.
Staying healthy.
Yeah, Twitter has become not a fun place to be these days.
Well, when you work for an organization that's 3 and 10, you probably want to stay off.
Oh, yeah. It's just,
I'm just a girl.
don't invite more commentary, right? Either way. All right, Kendra, thank you.
Thanks, boys.
All right, Stat coming up next here on Toucher and Hardy on 98.5. The Stack is brought to you by D'Angelo Grilled Sandwiches. Sink your teeth into steak royalty. D'Angelo's legendary number 9 grilled sandwich, tender, juicy sirloin, onions, peppers, and mushrooms. Grilled to perfection. Get yours today. Got any emails over there, Wallach? I got a ton.
I have something that we were trying to get to and never did. We were talking about Bird earlier in his movie reviews.
Yes.
And I got a text here. It says, Wallach, ask Paul how I did a few weeks ago when I was an auctioneer at the Everett E Club Awards.
Oh, wait. Whoa. Hold on a second. Bird was the celebrity auctioneer?
Talk to the man that was there.
I don't know about celebrity auctioneer.
Okay.
But he did a fantastic job being
What is
just
this event,
the right
please?
amount of obnoxiousness
What
that's
is-
needed for an auctioneer.
What is this event?
It's the E Club of Everett. It's like the varsity club of the high school.
Okay.
He's still living off that one touchdown on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know, but I was I go to this event every year. We actually have 2 banquets every year. One in November, one in
You're an Everett High School
in
grad.
May. Yeah.
Yes.
I am. I'm a lifetime member.
Okay.
Some of my very good friends are instrumental in the club. We're trying to keep it going, trying to give back a little bit.
think
Some
it's nice.
scholarships and whatnot for the young student athletes. You like how I threw the student athlete in there?
The student is the most important part, as
Do you
we
know
know
there are
throughout
currently
college.
The
five-
football
do you know
team's
there are-
lousy now.
There are, facts. Do you know there are currently 5 former Everett High School football players in the NFL?
Oh, can you name them?
I can name 4. I can't name the 5th one. There was a young man that just got signed to the Miami practice squad this week who I wasn't familiar with him, but Isaiah Likely, Lucas Dennis, Louis Seen, and Mike Sanderstill are the other 4.
Excellent.
And
Sanderstill just got drafted, right?
yeah. Second round pick. 4 of them were on the 2017 team. Like, what are the odds that you have 4 NFL players on a team from New England, from Massachusetts?
How'd they do in the
What do you
state?
think?
Okay, they won. All right, they won the state
We
championship.
won the title, bro.
Okay,
That's
all
what we-
right,
that's
all right,
what we
bro.
do.
How'd you do this year?
Not well.
How'd you do your senior year?
5-5.
What did you play?
Don't you worry about that. Yeah, I was a quarterback and safety.
Quarterback and safety?
Yeah,
Okay,
mostly safety.
all right. You were a pitcher though in high school. Did you pitch in college?
I pitched in college, yeah.
Okay.
Why is this about me? What happened to the stack? What happened to the 6-2
Because
stack
Fred and I
monster?
were talking about you yesterday, and we were talking about what the show was going to be like today. I said it's going to be great because Paul can and enjoys talking about all sports, not just football,
is true.
as would be the case for some people who work for Patriots.com. You've been an employee of the Patriots for 25, 30 years, something. But I said no. But Paul is an athlete and an athletic supporter, and played the pretty high level baseball. You were and then you went on to coach.
Ish. Yeah, I played 4 years of baseball at Boston University, which was, it was a lot of fun. The program no longer exists, which is kind of unfortunate.
It's not your fault.
No,
your fault.
I
Paul.
know, and
It's
I
not
did. I
your
coached Wellesley High baseball for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I was the JV coach at Wellesley and the assistant varsity coach with Frank Scafati, one of my really good friends who brought me in, and we had a lot of fun. That was the early to mid 90s, 93 to 97-ish, something like that, 92 to 90, something like that. And you had a chance to meet one of my former players.
Paul and I were playing golf one day, and this guy comes up out of nowhere, this towering
he was big. He was a big
young man, but he was probably in his 30s. Comes up and says, Coach!
Yeah.
And recognized.
Respect. Wow. He didn't call me Phil.
No.
No, he called him Coach.
I called him Coach.
He came up
Maybe
and
I'll call you Coach from now on. That's what I'll do.
All right,
Good
so
guy. Brad Godfrey, one of my favorites.
So tell me about Bird auctioning off these items for the Everett E Club.
Well, it's one. When you do that auction thing, it's like that fine line. I know we're trying to raise money here. We have like silent auction items and whatnot, and then we have, the live auction items come up and, like. We have 100. We're going to start open the bidding at 100. We have 100. We have 150. We have 150. We have 200. And I'm like, I don't see anybody's arms going up.
See, this is what would concern me about Bird is losing track, A, of the numbers, and B, who just made the bid.
And we were laughing at our table. Yeah, but he did. He did a nice job. And Bird is, he's Everett through and through. So I was happy to see him. I haven't seen him in a while.
He did.
I went up and told him after the event that he did a really nice job. Mike Giardi was kind enough to come and be our guest speaker.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah? How
At
much
my
bitterness
request.
was involved there?
Giardi? He's great. Are you kidding me? He's a great guy.
He walks in. He wakes up angry, that guy. You and I both know that's true.
He's great. I love Mike.
Bird did a fantastic job on the Bird and Milliken College Bowl.
Oh, that was a couple of days ago. That's
I did
right.
catch this.
Yes.
I caught some of this, yes.
He answered questions like, what county do you live in, correctly. He got that one right. He did not get his music question right.
No.
No. But he did steal the answer from Milliken, so he got one of them right. So he did a great job.
What, Milliken won by 1 point? Is that what happened?
Milliken ended up with
4-3, I think the final score was. Yes.
Email here from Christopher Shaw. Hardy, if you could have a this or that, would you work helping the Red Sox ground crew for a day or helping the Garden Bull Gang for a day?
Oh, I know
Love
the answer to that.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see if you know the answer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's the grounds crew because you get a chance to work with the earth. You get a chance to move things around, rake things, shovel things, move dirt back and forth. That's the way I'm almost positive I'm right.
Okay. Now, the Bull Gang would be awesome, but I would be afraid of getting in the way. You get to employ more tools. There are more.
That's why I was going to go Bull Gang.
Yes, and that was my initial inclination, but then I got scared of messing something up. And we had this conversation. It was probably a COVID conversation. If you were called into service to perform one duty at a professional sports level tonight, you get the call today. Can you come be blank for us tonight? What would you be? And the answers ranged from me saying I could caddy on the PGA Tour, which would be a stretch, but I think I could pull it off, to the likes of Billy Lanny, who said I could play first base for the Red Sox, and he meant it. I said, you have to take at bats. He said, yeah, I understand how baseball works.
Yeah, Billy wouldn't be playing center field.
No, but he said he firmly believed he could play first base and take at bats. So going a little bit further down the status ladder, I think I could go out there and be one of the rake guys on the infield at a Red Sox game today. I think I'd be good at it. I think I could follow the pattern, and I could cover my own footprints. I could do all that.
You
stuff.
telling me that here's the lawnmower? Go out there and create a pattern out in center field.
No. John, that's disrespectful to the guys who are actually doing that job. But I could probably, with very little time, I am coachable, and I'm a quick learner. I go out there and be part of the grounds crew and not get in the way. I'm afraid of getting in the way on the Bull Gang. That's what I'm afraid of.
The reverence that you speak of these people that do these jobs is just touching.
Well, it's
touching.
It's warranted. What could you do tonight, Paul? We need you to go be X at a game.
At my age? No.
You could you ref? Could you?
No.
You could.
Ref, I'd get in an
How
argument.
about this?
You know me. I'd be in an argument 30 seconds into the game, and I'd be yelling at everybody.
Could you host NFL Red Zone?
Oh, with ease. With ease.
So
clown Scott Hansen, please. I don't go to the bathroom for 9 hours.
We know about Zolak's irrational hatred of Greg Scommel, Hermie the Elf, and Keith Lockhart. For Paul Perillo,
irrational hatred of Scott Hansen.
Scott Hansen.
Wow.
You ever watch Red Zone, John?
Oh, I watch it every week.
Do you ever notice how many times he has no idea what's going on in the game? He sees exactly
I think
what
he
you
does
see.
a good job.
It's about 30%.
But he's seeing what you're seeing, and you know what's going on, watching.
It's about 30%.
I think he does a nice job.
Oh, it's watchable. You just have to factor the 30% in.
Paul, it's been a pleasure.
Always good to see you, Phil.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Great weekend. Zolak and Bertrand up next. We'll be back on Monday.